We are live, sir.
Acha, okay. I can start, Keshav bhai.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So, a very warm good morning to everyone, those present on the Zoom link here, as well as the audiences that are listening to this telecast. So yesterday we had a day-long set of deliberations, a keynote address by Professor Ravi Vasudevan, followed by 7 papers which were presented across 2 panels. And it gave us a lot of food for thought. We intend to continue this conversation forward today. And we are proud to have amongst us Professor Shiv Vishwanathan, a self-proclaimed social science nomad and someone who has done counterfactual social science writing. And we thought that having him on board will be a great addition to this symposium, because we know that every cinematic representation is a curious amalgam of little fact and often very heavy dosage of fiction. As historians, we understand that context is the essence of our discipline. But while the men and women of past need to be situated in the context of their times, the profiteering demands of the cinematic medium, which is extremely expensive, makes little room for empiricism. However, in the current juncture of right-wing governments and big capital financing movies, the appropriate academic response has been lacking. These gaps in knowledge and understandings have been meagerly addressed, and we hope to conduct a dialogue on a range of issues which the current predicament challenges us to respond to. And I hand over the days to Professor Vishwanathan. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari. I must confess I'm an outsider. I do neither film studies nor history. Most of my knowledge of film comes from barber shops, reading film fare through childhood. In fact, I realized that interdisciplinary studies is a bit like window shopping. You guys have all the fun and I sit outside moping. So I was wondering how to enter the discussion with my limited knowledge. And while watching the proceedings, I sensed that there was, if you look at it carefully, what we're having is a debate on the democratic imagination. And democracy is anchored by 3 myths, 3 fantastic myths. The myth of cricket, the myth of science, and the myth of Bollywood. And today, all these 3 myths are collapsing. Today, cricket is no longer an idea of how to handle the colonial dominance. Cricket no longer has this kind of story that you would hear about good behavior, good manners, and sportsmanship. The era of Bishan Singh Bedi and Rahul David is over. In fact, as C.L.R. James would say, that particular kind of imagination where cricket was more than cricket is over. It's an industry today. In fact, as someone recently said, Sunil Gavaskar is a myth, Virat Kohli is an advertisement. And there's a difference between these 2 words. It's the same with science. Science was supposed to be one of the great imaginations of modern democracy. But if you look at COVID in a way has ruined science. It has converted science into a statist ideology where number becomes a fetish and superstition. I mean, hardly anyone in India knew what an exponential growth was till the COVID case. In fact, in a deep and fundamental way, what we confronted in COVID was an Olympiad of death rather than an Olympiad of caring. And it's the same with Bollywood today. Bollywood arose as an attempt to understand contradictions. The contradictions between family responsibility and civic responsibility between the city and the countryside. The idea of the double, in fact, played a fantastic role in this, whether it was Sita Gita or anything else. But today, when you confront Bollywood, Bollywood is a declining myth. The Sushant Rajput episode, the recent episode involving drugs, shows that to a certain extent, Bollywood is not able to create the myths, encapsulate the contradictions that we confront today. When Bollywood is a dying myth, I think history becomes important. How does a framework of historical cinema or historical sociology revive these issues? Because today, one has to understand democracy is not an electoral system. Democracy to me is a semiotic imagination, a cognitive imagination, which can only be revived epistemically or semiotically. And what I want to do today is to confront this issue through the idea of historical cinema and its validity. I have my biases, let me state it. A lot of what I say about historical cinema is more a costume ball, where costume as fetish becomes a kind of empirical entity as opposed to a certain unraveling of grammar. One needs a grammar. One needs, in fact, a semiotics of cinema to understand the nature of historical cinema. And what I want to do is to look at it within a wider set of issues. The first thing that I want to emphasize is what we are confronting today is a crisis of memory. And memory is something fundamental. I remember Ashish Nandi working on the partition, where he showed that the first generation of partition survivors had a different response to violence, had a different response to pain and suffering. In fact, if you go back, they'll always ask you, how was that shop in Karachi with sweets? I remember, in fact, giving a lecture in Delhi where the principal dragged me to a room to show me a house in Lahore. There's memory, there's nostalgia, there's a sense of loss. And then Ashish Nandi points out that almost everyone who belongs to the RSS have a kind of pseudo-memory. Very few of them are survivors. Most of them are second generation citizens. And what they have is a kind of ersatz memory, a memory that stereotypes, a memory that hates. In fact, it's in this context that he points out, memory becomes one of the fundamental problems of modern democracy. The second point I want to note came from a different way. I was reading Peter Matthiessen, better known as an ecologist, but he's written a brilliant book on the concentration camp. It's a story of a group of Polish individuals who go back to spend some time in a concentration camp in a retreat. And at the end of it, they realize that their memory is of little help. What they've got in potted histories which reduce them to ideologies, which reduce them to factions. Memory in a holistic sense is lost. And the question of memory came back in a poignant way when I was working on the Truth Commission in South Africa. I think here is where the question of memory as opposed to history, or as a complement to history, becomes fundamental. What we are facing, whether it's the partition, whether it's the Truth Commission, whether we are looking at the whole question of democracy, what is the role of memory in democracy? And what is the role of cinema and history in restoring this memory, in sustaining this memory, in diversifying this memory? And so in this context, I want to begin by saying, I want to show that democracy is not just about representation. Democracy is an epistemic idea, it's a cognitive idea. And democracy as a cognitive idea needs the theory of epistemology. It's in this context that I want to look at orality. What I want to propose is, when you're looking at historical cinema, if you're looking for a new kind of social contract between orality, textuality, and digitality. That is, we are looking at the visual as combining three different domains, which are not just mediums, but epistemologies, different ways of looking at reality. And it's in this context that I want to look at orality. Orality is fundamental in historical sociology, and historical cinema has to look at orality in a different way. In fact, if you look at the work of Meru Carruthers, of Milman Parry, you realize that orality has been stereotyped. Orality is always seen as something rote, but we forget that actually the idea of cliche came with print. orality is perpetually inventive. Orality creates diversity. And I think one of the first things I really want to emphasize is this debate on historical cinema is a fragment of a wider epistemic debate on democracy as styles of cognition. So you need a different theory of orality before we begin with historical cinema. And it's in this context that I want to emphasize that orality is invented. In fact, if you look at Milman Parry's work, forget for a fact that he was one of the founders of the CIA, his whole idea of the work in the Balkans was an attempt to show that a man can remember 10,000 lines because to a certain extent, poetry is inventive. It's not structured like a rote narrative. And so in this context, I want to emphasize, you can't take orality as something rote. It's not something repetitive. Orality is perpetually inventive. And I want to emphasize this point because orality is also playful. When I watch some of the efforts of historians, in fact, to redeem Veer Savarkar, it's pathetic. But more than being pathetic, it's pitiable. I was just contrasting Aditi's work on Bhagat Singh. She says Bhagat Singh is an oral imagination. Bhagat Singh is playful. Bhagat Singh, to a certain extent, captures adolescence, captures playfulness, captures ideology. And yet it is located within the seriosity of a man reading his Lenin and Marx with a certain kind of care. Compared to that, the attempts to redeem Savarkar look like someone trying to get a secondary school certificate. It's between the pathos of the text and the playfulness of morality. And I think we have to emphasize this carefully. I'm not going to give too long a lecture because I'm an asthmatic who has to stop short sometimes. But I want to get down to a certain kind of work which I found fascinating recently. A friend of mine, Srikant Acharya, the man who worked with Aparna Sen and Ship and many other major producers, got intrigued because sometime in about 8-9 years ago, he discovered a set of 300 villages about 40 miles from Madras in a place called Mamalapuram, and where he encountered 70 versions of Mahabharata, all oral. There's nothing textual, there's nothing official about it. In fact, what's really fantastic is 3 things. As a film producer, he was stunned to realize that the whole idea of the logic of song and the logic of storytelling is separated and woven together in the narrative. Second, the narrative takes place it's totally oral, totally inventive, but the spectator is an anomalous creature who enters and withdraws from the story. He can modify the story, he can tinker with the story. And then what you see is that the entire Mahabharata is never enacted. The whole is assumed. You only enact parts, and different parts are enacted by different caste groups. Sashikant, in fact, told me that something fascinating about this is the whole idea of memory. Orality as memory sustains diversity. Orality as memory sustains 70 visions of Mahabharata. It's a point that A.K. Ramanujan also made for the Rama. And that V. Raghavan has been emphasizing time and again. Orality is playful. Orality is plural. Orality is epistemic, which lets you read things in a different way. How does historical cinema look at orality? How do you differentiate text and visuality from orality? I think these are questions that we have to answer. We have to look at carefully. And it's in this context that I want to emphasize that what we are looking at, from the partition to the whole questions of pseudo-democracy today as enforced by the RSS, historical cinema is an attempt to mediate it. It's an attempt to look at entertainment as epistemology. And I think this is where it becomes fascinating. Because what you're really looking at is a different notion of time. I remember the musician Sumitra Vasudev once telling me that genealogy is a different kind of time from linearity. In genealogy, there's something primordial, and yet there's something present. Past and present combine in a way that your presence incorporates a multiplicity of time. So what I really want to suggest is, while we're looking at entertainment, let's look at epistemology. Let us look at democracy as an epistemic system. I think yesterday some of you emphasized the importance of representation as a semiotic system. Isn't time 15 minutes? So many of you emphasized the importance of semiotics, but a semiotics of democracy needs an epistemic of democracy. We have black boxed the idea of knowledge. We have to open the idea of knowledge. We have to open the idea of communication. What I'm trying to suggest is this movement, the debates on democracy are cultural. The debates on democracy are semiotic and epistemic. And by creating a new philosophy of culture, which is more plural, which is more dialogic, through film, through the myth of film, through the idea of this thing, orality, we are trying to create a different notion of democracy. A notion of democracy far different from the West. It's a notion which has multiple time. And multiple time is fundamental to Indian culture. I remember a tribal anthropologist friend of mine saw the Brundtland report and said, what an illiterate document. How can she talk about sustainability in linear time? My ideas of shifting cultivation have 15 varieties of time. Time has to be plural in India. In fact, what we need to do through these debates on democracy and orality is to invent a constitution in multiple time. A constitution in multiple time might be one of the great contributions of the epistemics of entertainment, of the idea of cinema. And the second thing we have to do is to recover a notion of memory, which we have lost since the partition. In fact, if you look at it, it's theater that captures the notion of memory. You can see it to a certain extent in the way theater uses the oral tradition. But what I want to suggest is cinema needs to reflect a bit more on it. It might be an outsider's view, but cinema, as storytelling, has to have a different sense of orality. We can't be caught in the empirics of costume and method. I believe yesterday Ravi Vasudevan spoke about the grammar of historical cinema. A grammar of historical cinema is not just about technique. It can't deteriorate archetype into stereotype. It has to create a different notion of plurality, a different idea of storytelling. And I think this is why this vision of 300 Ramayans and 70 Mahabharats is important, because in a way it challenges pseudo-history, not through an empirics of monolingual history, but through plurality of storytelling. The storytelling becomes fundamental to the recovery of democracy. And storytelling has to be plural, has to be in multiple time, and has to capture the diversity of India. And in fact, this was brought to me in a seminar recently, when it's a seminar on botany, when I was standing next to the great botanist Wes Jackson, and I told him, America is a high information society. And Wes Jackson, in a theatric way, turned around and told me, you unholy idiot. You just told me America had 166 varieties of apple. It reduced it to 6. India has 150,000 varieties of rice. That means so many different dreams of myth and cooking. And in fact, what we need to do is to sustain that diversity. This is the dream of diversity. The West talked about liberty and equality. We've learned from it. But the West didn't talk about fraternity and diversity. Today, the debates on cinema, on orality, are trying to capture the myth of diversity, the plurality required, which no theory of liberalism, no theory of socialism can capture. So what I want to suggest today is, while confronting entertainment, we are confronting epistemology. And this link between epistemology and democracy, which is being enacted today cinematically and hermeneutically, is one of the most fascinating possibilities that social science can offer to modern India. Thank you.
Sir, would you Would you be taking some questions?
Yeah, I will. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a slight problem. So I speak about 20, 25 minutes. I have to stop for 5 minutes, but I can take the questions. Go ahead.
Okay. Would anyone like to pose a question to Professor Viswanathan?
Serianda?
I have a question, Sagar. Can I ask?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
It's a kind of comment on the very fascinating connections that Professor Viswanathan is making. Between memories of various kinds, including literary and filmic memories. Just to dwell on that, and this is a very famous scene from Anand Hrishikesh Mukherjee, where Rajesh Khanna dies. At home, I think. Amitabh Bachchan is trying to wake him up back to life, and he cannot, obviously, because he is dead. But what you have is a tape, and the tape runs. What we have on the tape is a dialogue which Rajesh Khanna has performed earlier and which has been recorded by Amitabh Bachchan. So the dialogue ki zindagi aur maut to upar wale ke haath mein hai jahan panah. It goes on for a while until the tape lasts. What, to my mind, Hrishikesh Mukherjee is suggesting to all of us is that memory is also mediatized. And this media is very pluralistic. Cinema as an archive of oral memory. I ask my student Sagar, have you heard of Holi? Holi is a form of song sung all over North India that is outside the cinema. Real Holi that peasants would sing. They invariably, all my urban students come up with Rang Barse Bhige Chunar Wali, Holi Khile Raghubira, etc., etc. The point that I'm trying to make is that in the last 100 odd years, cinema has become an archive of memory as well, cultural memory as well. That's what some of us have been dwelling at in this seminar. That is why we need to take cinema not only as an archive of contemporary history, but also of all those narratives. That's why the engagement with mythologicals, devotionals, as well as historicals. City as a changing landscape, dresses as changes in dresses, etc. All those things are there in cinema. Some of that is very stylized, but it's also memorialized. Look at partition itself and cinema's role in partition, in presenting another memory. Pinjar, absolutely wonderful. And it's also connected with literature. That's where I will stop. Thanks, Professor Viswanathan.
I'm not sure of the argument. Cinema is an archive, but all archives are text. Text in a freeze memory. I mean, let me just give you a simple example. Yesterday, you were talking about Shivaji. Shivaji in the South is a totally different creature. I remember my father telling me that his grandmother would frighten him as a kid, saying, sleep now, otherwise Shivaji will get you. They're different constructs. And in a way, what you capture in the archive is brilliant, but what is available in oral culture is much more profound. I want historicity to meet orality in a different way. This happened, say, in the Truth Commission in Africa with fantastic consequences. A new notion of justice was born. So what I want to say is, I admire the archive. I admire the possibilities of the archive. But today, the archive must be more experimental. Because whatever you say, cinema eventually is based on the linear perspective. You need a wider notion of memory touching other aspects of the sensorium. And in that sense, in the epistemic sense, you need a different conversation. And that's all I'm saying. It's time we are welcome to that orality. And I can see it all over as an anthropologist. When I go around different cultures, And let me put it this way, the historian is important, but the Harikatha specialist is equally relevant today. Can we keep the Harikatha alive as we keep historicity respectable?
Can I come back a bit? You see, it's not a coincidence that I was talking about Radhe Shyam Kathawachak, who brings the Shabri story in detail in his, Kathavachan, as well as his version of the Ramayana, as does Betab. These people are writing for Parsi theatre, but are also Kathavachaks in their own right. So cinema embraces them. Cinema produces a language which is so different, which is closer to the oral. All the songs, you see, musical Indian cinema, South Asian cinema is so different from other cinemas. Why? Because it has to speak to a people who are habituated to appreciating culture also through these musical songs and, yes, endless versions, constructs of those memories. But those memories are not always available outside the unmediatized realm. That memory has also endlessly been mediatized. Just as, we have records of the oral in various print registers starting end of 19th century. And we have also those struggles of how to actually inscribe the oral. If we look at the earliest text, Surdas is, inscribed in words, but also with the tal and the rag. And there are endless versions of Kabir Das, etc., etc. So it's very much there in records and mediatized records.
I would like to say something, if permitted a more.
Sure,
minute.
sir. Sure, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah.
You see, I always felt that cinema is a synthesis of the oral, the visual, and the written. And good cinema is a critical presentation of all these three dialectically synergized. So I feel whether you look at cinema as a form of entertainment, or as an archive, or as a register of social protest, etc., etc., it has to be subjected to the same canon of criticism which is used when we look at other kinds of archives, whether they be oral archives or visual archives or documentary archives or official archives. Because cinema can be both. It can be hegemonic and it can be counter-hegemonic as well. That's about all. Thanks.
Cinema is plural, but I think the plurality of cinema still has to incorporate alternative imaginations. So while it has a touch of morality, it hasn't incorporated that diversity is a morality. See, this same problem came in the history of science, till we found that actually science is built on a flawed memory. The textbook is flawed ideology. In the same way, what we're trying to say is modernity as a theory of memory was not complete. And since cinema is a part of modernity, it has to rethink modernity as memory.
Of course.
And I think it's very important. So that's why I'm saying, I see the plurality of cinema. I see the historicity of the archive. I see its creativity. But I think in this moment of crisis, we have to go for a wider semiotic epistemological idea between orality, the digital, and the historical. Because the oral as an epistemic idea still needs to be captured in its full sense of diversity. In fact, even science today is going back to oral knowledge to capture diversity and understand the uncertainties of science. History could also set an example for it.
No, while accepting that, we must also understand and appreciate the fact that cinema, like all other forms of knowledge, is a constructed form of knowledge, which requires a penetrating intellect to look at. And it must be looked at as critically as we look at other forms of knowledge.
I agree.
I mean,
But I
one cannot privilege orality over visuality over documentary evidence.
I'm not.
I mean, even if you
I'm
look at Paul Thompson's seminal work on oral history, Thompson tells us that the past speaks to us in many voices, and we have to hear all those voices before arriving at our own analytical assessment of the past. So the role of the historian, as a historian who speaks from the archive and as a critic of cinema, remains central to.
Let me disagree with your interpretation of Thompson. Thompson also wrote a book on it, Blake. The Blake of mysticism, the Blake of orality, do need a different kind of epistemology and grammar. And I think to a certain extent, Thompson was sensitive to that. It needs a different kind of articulation. And it's this variety of articulations I'm pushing for. No one is denying the creativity of film. And for any of us, any of these things are constructs, but constructs need to be deconstructed before they can be recaptured as a different kind of inventiveness. And I think democracy today needs the power of that inventiveness in a more futuristic sense.
Yeah, I agree. That's a very apposite point to make in the current context. No doubt about that.
Would anyone else want to put a question or comment to Professor Viswanathan? May I request Professor Mandal to reflect on it. Professor Mandal has taught editing at the FTII Pune for his entire career, and since yesterday he's been constantly with us, but he's just like a good editor and editing teacher, he's simply observing the proceedings. So may I nudge you to?
Well, all I can say is that the editor takes time to digest the material and to see what needs to be further constructed out of it. And I'm not quite sure that I understand totally what Mr. Shivnathan is saying. Vishwanathan, I'm sorry. But probably if he elaborates a little more, or maybe it's the language I'm not very familiar with, it will take me a little time to possibly, which is why I'm following this whole discourse very carefully and to see what is being said. But as it's a new topic altogether for me, but I agree that to look at creativity today, as we look at democracy, both needs the variable. So for me, it's looking within the technique of the medium. And because it has evolved so fast in the last 100 years, that we have moved from analog to digital and from different spectatorships from the screen to the home, that the whole change that is taking place is huge. So I don't quite know how we can confront this whole thing in a short period of time, and probably it will take us a little more time. I don't think I can add much more than that.
See, I'm not denying creativity, but I think there's something you have to understand. I defy Bollywood to produce a good science fiction movie. It needs a meditation of a different kind. And we have to meditate on technology and its implications in a different way. And we have to rework our ideas of myth to understand science fiction. I can't see Bollywood produce a great science fiction movie. You can try, but there's a grammar to it. There's an epistemology to it. There are notions of time. And I think we have to struggle with these kind of questions empirically.
Yes, I agree. I agree totally. The idea of science fiction, in fact, has been very far from our thinking. But if you look at cinema as a whole through the world, there are sufficient examples for that. Now, if we are talking, therefore, that all we have been doing in the past is just picking up from people who have invented cinema, storytelling, and just recreating it. So, as you say, if we look into our own history, go back into our own culture, But I don't know how many people are doing that. I mean, for me, the idea of history of cinemas today is just developed after years of teaching. And to finally look at it and try to examine it in the last 4 or 5 years is what I've been trying to do. So I'm still grasping with the history itself. And I can see where you're leading to. But at the moment, I can't see an answer.
Professor Ira Bhaskar, may I request you to join the conversation?
Thank you, Sagar. Wonderful opening remarks by Professor Vishwanathan. And I can't agree more. And I think what Professor Vishwanathan has actually done is to actually sort of think about the crisis that we are in today. And I think the crisis for cinema today, for contemporary Bollywood, the crisis is really the kind of challenge that different kinds of censorship pose for us, for filmmakers, and the response of filmmakers has been the response of filmmakers has been most filmmakers have been very careful, have been afraid, have also been propagandist, and I think that has actually compromised the kind of creativity that we've had in and I'm talking particularly of Bombay cinema, now known as Bollywood, but the Bombay cinema of the past, that produced the kinds of films that we mentioned yesterday, and over its history of 100 years has produced and created and constructed imaginations of ourselves, of our fluid identities, of our multiple beings and multiple ways of inhabiting our time, which the cinema of today is not being able to do, because it is responding to the crisis of today, and which is a crisis of democracy. I think Professor Vishwanathan has put it one in crisis of democracy. It is a crisis of orality in a way. It's a crisis that is about gagging voices, gagging multiplicities, gagging oralities. And this is a crisis. So I'm not sure how we will be able to emerge from this, which filmmakers will be able to respond to this crisis in creative ways, and how we will be able to find the resources to do that. But not only that, how will that work be available? Because the codes of censorship of all kinds, not just institutional censorship, social censorship, political censorship, making sure that people are, and we have so many examples, making sure that people are just not able to make films or produce films or speak, So I mean, I guess I'm nostalgic about the past and what we were able to do. But I thank Professor Vishwanathan for the wonderful intervention that he has made, in which questions of memory and history are foregrounded and which are intertwined, and which is also a warning sign. I mean, memory is not all, memory is also fantasies, and fantasies of power, which the RSS is and the BJP are constantly deploying. There's also politics of memory, and how we are to respond to this is a critical question for us today. And of course, I'll say more tomorrow when I speak. Thank you.
So would you like to respond?
No.
Okay. There are a couple of questions from the audience on the YouTube link. There's one by Professor Sukumar Muralidharan, who teaches in the journalism school. He says, and he posits this question in the following manner: does Indian film do a good job on diversity, considering that it involves a standardizing perspective, creating certain uniformities of linguistic usage and certain cultural archetypes? So that,
Come again?
does Indian film do a good job on diversity, considering that
Yes.
Okay.
So far. But I think we're looking at new questions where we need an diversity of epistemologies to survive. There are varieties of difference. And today, as we confront a majoritarian, almost monolingual regime, we need new epistemologies of survival. And Indian film can be a source of some of this inventiveness. No one is denying that film, as someone said, Bollywood is the answer to partition culture today. I think that itself captures the microcosm of diversity that Indian film offered. But what I'm saying in a futuristic sense, we have to go to a new semiotics and a new diversity of epistemologies. And I think this is where the inventiveness of film as technique, as storytelling will come. So you give the certificate, but right now I want to say is the challenge of the future is a bit frightening. India faces a different kind of violence, a different kind of genocide, a different kind of panopticon in Assam. We have challenges to diversity. How does film respond to these new crises? I think to me, that's the fundamental question.
There's another question, sir, on the chat box by Manu Chakravarti. He asks, how does one confront the stereotypical scripts of cinema, drawing heavily from right-wing nationalism and global capital, two forces bent upon annihilating orality?
Come again?
How does one confront the stereotypical scripts of cinema, drawing heavily from right-wing nationalism and global capital, two forces bent upon annihilating orality?
I think one of the things we have to understand is stereotype eventually loses to archetype. Archetype has a sense of difference, of the primordial. And I think that orality provides. Also remember one thing, while stereotypes are comfortable to live with, they're also the source of crisis in film. They advance the plot up to a certain extent, the father of a certain kind, the authority of a certain kind. And in breaking the stereotype, the plot proceeds. So I think to a certain extent, it's true that nationalism has got stereotyped, despite the diversities of nationalisms we had. What we're actually confronting is the boredom of the nation state. And one of the things cinema will challenge, and that's one of the reasons why the regime will continuously harass cinema, not just as censorship, but as a alternative way of thinking, which questions the very grammar of the nation state.
If only we have time, Sagar.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Just one, information sharing. Akshay Kumar. I don't know whether he's the same Akshay Kumar who's part of the seminar, but I was reading his new book, Provincializing Bollywood. I mean, you can't superficially, if you look at it superficially, Bhojpuri cinema must be the most politically incorrect cinema that we have produced. You see, and also, a different kind of cinema. But he has done a heroic job, as far as I'm concerned, in talking about it as part of film studies, the tools that film studies offer, but also pushing the boundaries of film studies. How do we make sense of Bhojpuri cinema? I think film studies, people in film studies are alive to these questions of diversity, and they have dealt with it all through the years. But we need more and more people, and film studies itself has diversified over the years. You see, now everybody is a film critic. So Professor Vishwanathan is not an outsider. You can't be an outsider on cinema. Everybody is an insider. Everybody is doing, film criticism.
I said I'm an outsider to film studies, but I'm a sucker to cinema. There's a slight difference there.
Right.
We also have amongst us Professor Uma Chakravarti, who's an ancient Indian historian. And ancient India in particular has come under a lot of rattle and hum. So, Professor Chakravarti, can you...
Professor Chakravarti, professor is first, not a professor. But be that as it may, I shall say what I have to say in the morning and tomorrow. Okay. I have to now hold forth, and I'm not even anywhere near prepared properly. So
Okay,
let me
okay.
just.
Fine.
Come again.
And I hope the Shiv Vishwanathans of the day will also listen to the little rantings of people like me. Okay, I hope you're going to be there in the afternoon.
Huh? Asthma not preventing, I'll be there because I'm
Okay.
subject to huge set of rituals where
Okay.
I have to keep nebulizing. So if
All right.
not, I would. No, wait, Kumar. I was anyway going to listen to you as one of these special star attractions of this faculty of this.
Oh,
So I'll
star exception.
I
Okay.
can't promise. Huh?
All right.
Because
All right. Try. Everybody should try.
Your gossip goes back a long way. So
Exactly.
I was good. I can't resist
Exactly.
that. But today I can't guarantee it for me. That's all.
Exactly. I can remember you at the. I mean, since I will bringing in politics, political history of the state for the last so many years. Shiv, I remember Shiv taking away Vijay Pratap, who stood on a chair and made his comment when Mary Mead had come and was holding forth in Tinmurti. And he immediately drew her attention to the fact that there were exploited workers in the Nehru Memorial premises, and she had to drag Vijay Pratap away because the cops were descending upon Vijay Pratap to take him off to jail. This is 1974. Okay, so history goes back a long time, and yes, that's right. Okay, later in the day if you can make it. Otherwise some other time.
Otherwise, the recordings will be available, and all of you are requested to have it whenever you can, consume it whenever you can. Okay, so if there aren't any further questions, then we can draw this session to a close. If someone has any query, now is the time. Okay. There doesn't seem to be any further questions, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this symposium, and we will eagerly look forward to the written piece of this speech, and inshallah that should be a lot of food for thought for a lot of us. On that note, I draw this session to a close, and we meet again at 12 noon, where we will have a panel of 3 presenters, Professor Uma Chakravarti, Dr. Salma Siddiq, and Dr. Dhananjay Rai. So see you soon in an hour and 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Sonam.
Hi, Kaushalya.
Hi. So we should start at 12.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so it'll be 2-3 minutes more. I think it's 11:58. So Keshavji, is it okay? Be audible? Good enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right.
So do I have 2 minutes more? Can I take 2 minutes more?
Yes, ma'am, sure. We'll after 2 minutes.
And I was told there is a clip that will be played, no? So Keshav
Yeah, Professor Chakravarti would like to play a clip. I think Keshavji, you already have it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's at the end. That's the very end, okay?
All right. Okay. Hi, Salma.
Hi, Kaushalya.
Hi. So we will start in 2-3 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. could you come for the morning lecture by Professor Vishwanathan?
Yeah, I attended it. It was amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can begin now.
Yeah, Professor Chakravarti, shall we start?
Yeah, I will come in front of your whatever in a minute. I'll just bring water.
Okay, okay. All right. So let's start. I think Professor Chakravarti will join in a minute. Yeah. All right. Okay, so starting with the enriching talk today by Professor Vishwanathan, we shall continue to our next session, which is the narratives of the margin, where we have a panel of extremely erudite scholars, Professor Uma Chakravarti, Dr. Salma Siddiqui, and Dr. Dhananjay Rai. So I would invite Sonam, who is a practicing artist and she teaches in JSLH, to introduce the scholars and moderate the session. And okay, over to you, Sonam.
Thank you, Kaushalya. A very warm welcome to everyone. And this is the second day of the seminar. And as Kaushalya said, today's session is called Narratives of the Margin. And we are fortunate to have amongst us a brilliant set of speakers. So I'll quickly introduce all the three speakers, panelists. So we have Professor Uma Chakravarti, a historian and filmmaker who has extensively worked and written on issues of caste, labor, and gender, and is very active in the movements to uphold the democratic rights and rights of women. Her paper is titled Ye Lo Bayan Hamare, Other Histories, Other Historicals. The second speaker with us is Dr. Salma Siddiqui, who is teaching at the Humboldt University, Berlin. And she specializes in South Asian cinema, partition, and immigrant media studies. Her paper goes by Ek Tha Raja, Ek Thi Rani, Death and Violence in Hindutva Historicals. The third panelist is Dr. Dhananjay Rai, teaching at the Center for Gandhian Thought and Peace Studies at the Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. His paper is titled Cinema as Inherent Transgression, Reading Newton, Democracy and Capitalism in India. Unfortunately, Dr. Ramya Srinivasan, who was supposed to be the fourth panelist, could not join us today due to medical reasons. But nevertheless, we look forward to a very engaging session. We will have the panelists present their papers, followed by a short reflection session and a question answer session towards the end. So if the audience has any questions, comments, they can feel free to drop them in the chat section. So we will attend to them at the end. Each panelist has 30 minutes to present. So without further ado, and if Professor Chakravarti is ready, we can move to the first panelist, and she will be exploring a series of films made between 1967 to 77, focusing on Bangla and Hindi cinema's account of the Naxalite movement. So over to you, Professor Uma Chakravarti.
Yeah, okay. So good morning to everybody. And unlike others who say thanks to Sagar and Kaushalya, I don't say thanks to them because they pulled me into something which I felt not not compelled, but it's been a bit stressful, particularly because I would have enjoyed doing what I'm going to speak about, but I've had a lot of illness in my own family, and I almost pulled out like Ramya, but the conscience is a bit, what would you call it? It doesn't let me do things of that kind. So here I am, and it'll be a bit, I think I'm going to take you on a journey which is slightly different. And there is a politics to what I'm saying, which is like, are we to think about historicals in the ways in which we've constructed it at the moment, which is like the grand, the grand narratives of the past and the ancient past or the medieval past or the, even up to 1857 and so on. But I really think that in a sense, all films are historicals because actually all films reflect the history of the moment in which they were produced and speak to and construct a reality or construct a narrative located in a certain time. And to that extent, actually, every film is, in my opinion, will be regarded as can be regarded as a historical in that sense of the term. So I wanted to sort of challenge this notion that we are thinking of all the nice things that we've been saying and the very deep philosophical questions that we've raised seem to pertain to a genre which is like the grand reconstruction of the past. So whether it's Pukar or whether it is the Tukaram or more recently the films that have caused a certain controversy are the ones that we regard as historicals. But I'm actually speaking for rethinking the way we think about history, because actually everything, as I said before, is a film that captures the essence of its time. And to that extent, I'd really want to push this point of, and my own engagement with the film, the session is going to be, my presentation is in two parts. One is I discuss some films and the time that they were reflected, they were supposed to be engaging with. And in the last part, I want to show a clip of from a documentary film that I have made, which is the starting point of the exercise that I am engaged with in thinking about the period 67 to 77. And I have bargained for some extra time. So I will speak for 30 minutes and show the film hopefully for 13 or 14 minutes, okay? So having said that, now I would like to actually, so to push this point, I was thinking to myself in my own history, for me, films like Do Bigha Zameen and Susman, and I don't know if any of you have seen Susman, but Susman is a film made by Sean Benegal. Both are speaking about transitions in history in a quite an interesting way. Do Bigha Zameen, as you all know, is a classic, and most people would have seen it or should have seen it. But if they've not, it's interesting. But it's capturing the moment of the loss of land and the push in the direction of the emergence of an urban working class that is pushed out of its land because of the structures of older style zamindari and feudal whatever. So that's one, and it really does speak to a moment in. It may happen in different at different times in different regions, but it's a moment in which there is the end of one kind of social relations and the emergence of another kind of social relation. Susman very interestingly captures the same thing with the production system of an autonomous, let's say, craftsman or a weaving family which also is located in a certain moment, and very powerfully so, because the looms are being mechanized. There is a push in the direction of urban weaving going into urban centers, and there is again the emergence of social relations of a very complex kind, in which the autonomous artisan is being replaced by a mechanical working class that goes and works in the urban areas. It's a very powerful film, and it has interesting elements of, say, things like the Festival of India and the production of particular kinds of sort of tropes of your own culture, which have to be displayed outside. So the storyline is actually quite powerfully about the master weaver who is told he must make only one of a certain kind, because it has to be displayed in the Festival of India in Paris, but cannot make a second version because it has to be unique. And of course, the dynamics of the household as it produces a second version for the daughter who has to be married is part of the storyline. So it really captures very powerfully a certain social moment. So I actually see these two films as very historical in that sense of the term. I will then now, so having laid this ground out, I will focus my presentation today on the films about 67-77, not made in 67-77, but about 67-77. I came to it because as a filmmaker, I started looking at the histories of women. And one of the histories I got interested in is the histories of incarceration of women who went to jail for their political work. And so that's what led me to start doing some interviews, and also then to research the period in which these women became politically active. So that's really the context of what I'm doing, and it's independent of the let's say the dynamics of this conference, which is looking at historicals in a particular kind of way. So I will sort of focus on a series of films. Most of them are actually, and it's the 67-77 period. So I am not there's going to be a presentation on Newton, which is actually a much later time. It's also about a Maoist region and so on. But I'm focused on Naxalbari and mostly as it unfolds in Bengal. To an extent, one of my protagonists was active in Bihar. So those are the people through whom I began to explore this period 67-77. And of course, it's one of the interesting things that you found, and the research that went into trying to contextualize the experiences of these women is what led me to look at the cinema produced about the Naxalbari and primarily it was in Bengal. There are a few in reflections, 2 or 3 of them which are focused on, which is in Hindi, and I will include them in my discussion. So there is a series of films in which Mrinal Sen produces some obliquely about the times. There is Ritik Khatak, who makes one film. This Satyajit Ray, who made one film also obliquely about the times. And then there's a film called Kal Bela, which is more centrally about Naxalbari as it is enacted. It's based on a novel by Samaresh Majumdar. And then there is and then there's actually allusions to these films, and a late film called Meghnad Bad Rahasyo, and that's set in 2000, made in the 2000s, but it refers to the let's say the suspense element in it is that it refers to an event around Naxalbari. So that's another film we have. In the Hindi films, I looked at a film which most people would have not seen by K. Abbas, one of his last and not such a good film called Naxalite, which had Mithun Chakravarti acting, and so did Smita Patil. There's also Hazar Chaurasi Ki Maan, which is a classic and which refers to that time, and finally there is Hazaron Khwaishein Aisi, which is a more popular version of films that have been seen. So those are things that I've seen. Now, before one goes into the discussion of the films, I mean, and I don't have the time to deal with it in detail, but I will flag some of the issues. I think I need to contextualize why you get first the movements itself that are the subject of the films, because you have the 60s is actually the point at which the unresolved land question left over from the moment of the independence and the end of colonialism and the new social relations. It's an unresolved land question which actually continues to surface, and it comes up in a big way from the 60s, early 60s onwards. There's a land grab movement. By 67, 68, while Naxalbari is exploding in Bengal, there are series of these violent, let's say, conflicts that mark history of the 60s and early 70s. One of them is Kilwenmani, where 44 workers were burnt alive for in a land, in a wages and land dispute in Tamil Nadu. All of them Dalits. And the other was Rupaspur in Bihar, where sharecroppers, the same thing happened to sharecroppers. Adivasis were fired upon Adivasi sharecroppers, who were historically people who had farmed the lands as tenants, were in a conflict. 14 of them were shot dead in a conflict between the landlord and the ex tenants, who are now were supposed to be autonomous sharecroppers. So it's marked by a lot of social conflict. The 60s is also marked by internationally by a moment in which actually there's a lot of churning that's going on. And even in my own interviews, there's constant reference to the fact that the 60s is a turbulent time, and internationally a turbulent time, starting off with the civil rights movement, but particularly Vietnam War and the anti-Vietnam demonstrations in America, but worldwide, including India, when you see them actually as a backdrop in even in the films that we are talking about, where Naxalbari is somehow evoked or is about Naxalbari, or not Naxalbari, but about about the Naxalite movement. And then in Paris, the workers, the student struggle, and so on. So it's internationally a moment in which actually there's a lot of transformations happening in history, in which students are playing a very important role. That's an important element in the way in which the films that we will talk about actually are focused on the youth. They are really around the turbulence that hits the young in Bengal, who are drawn to the movement, or even if they are not drawn to the movement, they are actually they are in a sense critiquing the system and expressing their own alienation from that set of values and institutions which they now treat as moribund, and which they are actually in a sense standing against. So this is a feature of all the films, even where they're not actually talking about in a sense about the Naxalbari or the Naxalite movement. You will see this this turbulence of the youth very much the feature of a number of the films. So it's there in Interview, it's there in Calcutta 71, it's there in Pratidwandi of Satyajit Ray. So you actually can see the urban youth and Calcutta very much at the center, at the heart of this sense of alienation and the sense of disgruntlement and a sort of a moment in which they throw themselves into the oppositional movements and radical, including the use of structured use of violence. So those are the features that we can see in all of them. Now, again, in about 10 minutes, I have to wrap up what I have to say. One of the films that I want to do a more detailed analysis of, I'm not Bengali, so I'm not a Bengali speaker. I have not read the literature, but I have seen these films, some of them repeatedly with English subtitles. And Kalbela, a film called Kalbela, which I will refer to, which I will analyze a little bit more. It's more centrally dealing with a young man who's drawn into the movement, the protagonist, who is Kalbela. I was trying to find out what exactly it means, and I was told that it means inauspicious time, but it also means time of darkness and so on. So it's focused on a young man who's inadvertently drawn into the movement in a sense, because as he arrives from a small town, a small setup in North Bengal, he is incidentally injured in a fight that's happening between the chase that's happening between the police and the young Naxalites in that area. And he then, that's the first indication that he willy-nilly gets drawn into it. And later on, he does get more drawn in a more focused way to the movement and becomes the main protagonist. The feature that is interesting, it's flagged. It's always there. There are markers that they use, which are now by now tropes. So firstly, one thing this is made by Gautam Ghosh. It was made later in the 2000s. It actually refers back, and in the first frame, it uses the films that have actually been made about the early 70s, in the 70s, in the late 16th and early 70s, in the early 70s. And this is drawing from Mrinal Sen's films, the 3 films that he did do about Calcutta. And so these actually become the standard openings of the way in which people will remember. It's actually use of cinema in a film to evoke the manner in which that moment has been captured by directors and by filmmakers, which actually are speaking to that time. So there's a particular sequence which actually is one of the most powerful sequences that you see repeatedly in films. And it is out of one of Mrinal Sen's films, where a young man is running down a very narrow alley, being pursued by the police. And at the end of that whole period, he comes out. He is trying to escape. He is in a more open space, and he gets shot. So it's actually reference to an encounter killing. It's also reference that there are markers like a famous incident called Kashipur Baranagar, where in a 24-hour orgy, something like about 100 young men were killed, which also came up in my interview with some of the protagonists that I looked at, like I spoke to for making my documentary. So you have those kinds of features that are also marked over there. But what is striking, and I think now I need to come to the point that I want to make, and I'll be including the Hindi films that I have watched, these 3 films that I've seen. One of the striking features is in Kalbela, which is fully about Naxalbari, is the presence of women in the narrative. So the woman, it's like the women are not drawn into the movement in the same way, at least the way it's presented in this, in Kalbela, not drawn into it in the same way. There is one strong woman protagonist, and that is a Adivasi woman who joins a retaliatory attack on a moneylender because she's been raped by him, but she's an Adivasi woman. So it's an interesting thing. That's the only thing that emerges. Otherwise, the women hold the revolutionary in his, I mean, they are there to prop the revolutionary in his search for his dreams or for the work that he's doing. So it's you notice that the construction in the cinema is who is the classic revolutionary? It's the young male. It's the young male who's out there. He's the classic revolutionary. The women are periphery. In Kalbela, they, as I said, they prop this person up through the, and then it has all the other markers, like they're tortured. The woman also is tortured because she does not reveal certain things. So it's like she's drawn into the vortex of the violence through her relationship with the main protagonist, and but she's there essentially as she's like that the woman who props the man up, but it's the young man who is ambivalent about the revolution also, but who's also the main revolutionary. Now, similarly in Naxala, in Abbas's film, which is actually not well made, not one of his better made films, it's interesting that they have a woman, this is Smita Patil playing that role. She is asked to execute an action by the Masterji kind of figure, to execute an action in which she kills her own beloved because she's instructed to do so, and she executes it. And at the end of the film, she raises a question around, is this correct? Was that correct? And she leaves the question for the audience and for the filmmaker to try and resolve, which is that the way one should have, the revolution should have unfolded? But the real revolutionary there are, again, young men, but particularly Mithun Chakravarti goes back to his land and his roots to participate in the Naxalite movement, which is like, ends in this large event in which they are thinking, brainstorming and wondering whether this is the right process, right means to adopt for achieving their goals. In Hazar Chaurasi Maa, it's more interesting because written by Mahashweta Devi, very politically acute, and according to the storyline, the story is really focused on, as it emerges, on a number of women. It begins with a man, a young revolutionary who's been killed. His mother discovers his revolutionary life only after he is dead, and he's a corpse. That is, this Hazar Chaurasi is the number of, or his number in the morgue, and she then unravels his story. She knows very little about, and in the process, she also comes in touch with the girl in her son's life, who has been a part of the movement and has been tortured. So that bit is there. So there are these two women who kind of are strongly around in expressing or taking us in the direction of what are the women doing at this point when this young male revolutionary is out there, transforming or changing or working for radical change. It was believed that Mahashweta Devi used a real incident to be the model for the woman protagonist in the jail, which I will talk to you a little bit later about in a few minutes. So there is the suggestion that there is an inclusion, there is a thinking about what's happening to the women, how are they being, they're positioned, but it still does not actually get us a sense that the women had anything to do with solidly with the with participating or leading or engaging with those issues, or even shaping the discussion and the debates and so on that are happening. So these absences are noticeable, and people are not surprised because they say that basically the trope of the revolutionary is this young male, and he is the center of the entire cinematic reconstruction of that time, as well as of the literary reconstruction of that time. So these are the features. Now, I just mentioned that I got interested in this theme because I was interested in the women who went to prison. And I spoke to a number of women. Now, what's actually powerful and interesting is their recounting of their time in jail and their recounting of their time in the movement, as well as in the torture, being tortured. And there's a very famous case of a woman called Archana Guha, who was tortured, took that torture of hers. She was tortured because they were tracking her brother. And finally, when she was very badly tortured and she lost the use of her lower limbs, she was then became an amnesty, a person who was supported by the amnesty, taken to Denmark, where she was treated and she recovered the use of her lower limbs. She had been in jail for a while too, because the police were after her, and she was famously tortured in that Lal Bazar, which is the torture chamber that everybody talks about. There was a long case that happened in her case, which is like after 19 years, there was a judgment that upheld the fact of the torture and also indicted the police thana under which this torture happened. So there's a very famous, all of which is actually disappeared from history. It's even disappeared from the history of democratic rights organizations and their own work that they do around question of police that is acting outside of the rule of law. As you all know, that currently, I mean, the prison is an important place that everybody's talking about. And yeah, in our most recent last couple of years, you have seen a number of young women who've gone to jail for their political work. So actually, there's a way in which the history of times is being recast. So I think that the issues around state, social transformation, the state and its assault on people, rule of law, questions of accountability, all of these are there in the as possibilities in engaging and looking at the cinema. But there's also the way in which some issues get elided. And so you will now see 13 minutes of the clip. That's the film that I have made. I've made it for the period 67-77. This is part one. In part one, there is a discussion by the women of some of the women of their time in the jail. And I'm just showing that to you as a clip, and then hopefully it will expand our discussion. So can we have the clip now?
Yes, ma'am.
Rajashree was very grief stricken, and she was severely injured. Every part of her body was covered with black and blue mark of the jail sipai. They just put their boots in on her body. It was our natural friendship or comradeship, whatever it may be. We try to look after her.
And every time I remember, even in police custody, one of the worst periods when you're tortured. I mean, there's morning to night, you're being interrogated, no sleep. You see in front of you others being tortured, which is part of the torture, mind you.
Yes, yes.
They try to diminish you as a human being.
Yes, that is the main thing.
From morning till night, no change of clothes, those 15 days, 20 days, 3 weeks. You're not allowed any change of clothes. You're not allowed to bathe. You're not allowed anything. You can't even stand your own smell, after some time. Okay, you can't even be with another person. So you are in that kind of a brutalized atmosphere. You're tortured. And the whole humanity you see is with the other prisoners in jail. In Lal Bazaar, I remember, who would tell me, Didi, your father came. And I was just, I almost wanted to burst into tears that this man takes the risk even to tell me, I know my Baba is there, maybe outside the wall, not being able to meet me, and then you have to steel yourself that no, you can't cry. And this is, I never met them again, no? We never met each other, nor did they ever meet me. But all the time, they would say, don't worry, we are there. And they were the riffraffs of society, what we call them. They are the chores, they are the pickpockets, they are the murderers, they are the hoochwalas, who were sitting there being called one after the other, but with so much deep respect they looked at us. I come back so late at night after one of those sessions, and you're not in a situation to eat, but the cops want you to eat because you have to survive the next day's interrogation and everything. And they're standing there and say, cow, and actually the food doesn't go down your throat. And I take my roti to eat, and there I see someone has put sugar between two rotis. Someone has taken the risk to put sugar between those two rotis. It's late at night. Every prisoner who's been in Lal Bazaar is now in their cells. My own food alone is just kept there. And out of sheer fear that someone will get caught if they saw that sugar, I just gobbled down that food. But thank that person who just kept it for me, doesn't know me. Not till to date I know who that person is. I don't know who put that sugar in my food between those two rotis. And it's just the humanness of people that see you through that, nothing else. And I remember one woman, she was I think from Bihar. Yeah, she was a Bihari. And she was put in a Chodika case. The necklace of her Memsa was not found, and she was there. And this is the second time when they took me to jail custody. I was there. They were so good. They made me wear 2-3 petticoats. So her petticoat, Kalpana's petticoat, everybody's petticoat I wore under one sari, so that at least the beating would be, the hurt would be less. And I remember this woman was so surprised to see me. She says, "You don't look like a chore. Why are you here?" So I was trying to say, "No, I'm a revolutionary, I'm a Nakshal." He said, "What Nakshal?" She has never heard of what Nakshal and all that. But, you know, I came back after every meeting from, beating and they would shove me back into the jail, into that cell where she was. And she would be shocked at what they have done to me, but not knowing, such a good girl like you, why would the police even touch you, na? So I couldn't have a heart to tell her that I've been beaten. So I said I fell off the stairs, all sorts of things. And she was too innocent, and she would, whole night, I remember she would just lullaby me and, you know, hold me in her arms and put me to sleep. You know, this kind of thing this is what saw me through the next day. If this woman can have so much love for me, I was not going to let those others, you know, take that life out of me. You know, that I was very sure.
There was a central line of CPI ML that don't try for bail, don't give bond, don't fought any legal battle. Even if you are under trial, don't defend your case, don't do anything. For this, we lost so many comrades. So many comrades lost their life inside jail because it is the planned policy of the state, na? They killed them. But many of them have no case at all. If they moved in court, they may get bail.
This whole thing of looking at the criminal justice system, that is a bourgeois state, not a pro-po state. This whole azadi is jhuta. This whole criminal system is jhuta. So we don't fight elections. We don't take help of the criminal justice system. So much so that, as she said, even boys, even for tactical reasons, could have just been gone off, you know, taken bail and been again got integrated with the movement or something. That was not done. So it was like boycott everything, so you remain in prison. Now, every prisoner's right and dream is to be free. So they will break out of jail, whether through tunnel, through flying, to running away while going to court or breaking jail. And that is where that adventurism comes in, as she says, that within a month that we get caught. Okay. On the other hand, what else is left? So you're swinging from a kind of boycotting everything to a section which went and did those humiliating things of signing the bond. It's a kind of breaking your spine. It's very symbolic. And they would try and tell you it's just a few words. তুমি বাইরে গিয়ে যা ইচ্ছে পড়ে করো, you do what you want when you go out, just sign it. No, it breaks your self-esteem, it breaks your, you know, all what you belong to, it breaks your identity, it breaks all what you believed in. And that is their victory and your failure. So it's a very powerful thing which they try to, when they torture you is one thing, that is a physical torture. And then they give us very soft glove thing that just sign on these dotted lines, এই কটা শব্দ তো আমি যা করেছি ভুল করেছি আর ভবিষ্যতে আর করব না. Very innocent, so as if, you know, you're telling a child আর করবে না তো না করব না. You know, like you can physically torture, you can do what you want, but there is some part in you which is yours. They cannot invade that part. And I think that is what they're always scared about, that they cannot bend you. That spirit is what they cannot, you know, because I remember every time they would just beat the life out of me, they would say, "We will see you how you stand and smile. You'll be a pagal running down the street." And that is the thing I would come back to the cell and say, "I'm not going to be insane. I'm going to live." I think it's a battle within you.
Now, the 4 boys who arrested in the Alipur jailbreak case, along with myself and Rajashree, they are tortured or something severely tortured, somehow they become state witness. But when we are decided that we are fighting the case, I individually request all of them that just withdraw your statement against us.
Because initially we didn't fight the case. We had boycotted, no? Like all of us, we said no. But when we decided to fight the case, these boys who stood as state witness and
They are criticizing us.
they were criticizing us, "Oh, you have surrendered to the state."
You have become revisionist. You are surrendered to the state.
So this kind of...
But it looked like me as if state is planning something bad for us, trying to kill all those bright and they killed a generation. You don't know now how, I don't know whether Rajashree and Krishna will agree with me or not, but they killed a whole bright, young, revolutionary and honest generation. That's why our generation is becoming like this. Those who survived, either they are like me, who are just somehow adjust with this system, or otherwise they are becoming very, I never think that in a way I compromise, that I myself always, there is some spirit inside me which I still carrying in some way or other, but not through revolution obviously. কত 10, 20, 30, 40, 40 years. But we are still, we are still living with 70s inside us. We are still living with 70s inside us.
সেই আলো ভরা দিন আনতে হবে, ভালো কমরেড সব শক্তি তোমার, মহান ভারতের জনতা মহান, মহান ভারতের জনতা মহান, ভারত হবে জনতা। Good, nice. Comrade, very good.
Yeah. So, well, on that note, I'll close it. I think documentary cinema should also be seriously looked at from the point of view of when we think about historicals. I would actually say documentary cinema is extremely important and perhaps should also feature in our in the way we think about cinema. It may not have large audiences and so on, but it is a way in which history is archived, and it's a way in which you leave something for maybe it's a small select set of viewership, but it needs to actually grow. In fact, the viewership for documentary cinema needs to grow. And on that note, I'll end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Chakravarti. And that's quite true that documentary cinema really brings out, all these hidden stories and invisibilized silent voices. So it was really moving, to hear to all these women, telling their accounts of violence. And the entire presentation was quite fascinating, account of the turbulent time and highlighting the violence on women that they underwent, their representation and role, along with the issues of land grabbing and the Naxalite movement. So how the violence on women especially is barely talked about, and in Indian cinema especially, and their accounts are silenced and they are almost invisibilized. So their accounts were quite disturbing to hear, but at the same time, towards the end, when they are listening to them sing and laugh and with a renewed strength, that was really extremely moving. So there are a few questions that I definitely have, and I'm sure there are some in the YouTube chat as well, which we will come to towards the end. So moving forward, I now invite Dr. Salma Siddiqui, who will be shedding light on how Indian cinema has served as a gaining ground for Hindu nationalism and Hindutva ideology since the turn of the 21st century, with reference to films like period films like Padmavat, Manikarnika, Tanaji, and others. So over to you, Dr. Salma. And just a reminder that you have 30 minutes. You can take 5-10 minutes more, but I will remind you near the time.
Okay, thank you, Sonam. Also, I'd like to share a PowerPoint. So is that possible to do that?
Yes, Salma, you've been made
Yes,
a
of
co-host. You
course.
can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. So I'm sorry I couldn't share my paper with you beforehand, but it's very much work in progress. It's new work. And so it'll be very helpful to hear everyone's thoughts on this. Okay, so what I'll try to do in this paper is try to think about how what I call the Hindutva historicals elaborate on the past as a kind of a retrotropic space. And I'm interested in the space of imaginative license or alteration, which in the absence of detailed records reflect on the might have beens of history, or what Bauman calls as the lost, stolen, or abandoned past. Now, my approach also in part follows what Thomas Leitch calls history as adaptation, where instead of discussing the historical context of adaptations, one might consider the status of history as a series of adaptations. So with that, I'll share my PowerPoint. Just a second. Um,
130.
Yeah, so this is Thomas Leitch's idea of history as adaptation, where he sees an analogous relation between history and adaptation based on the fact that history is always an adaptation of some earlier history. And he argues that the value of each new history is determined by its cogency, novelty, and its use value, the way it answers the desires of contemporary readers, a lot like adaptations. Now, in considering films like Padmavat or Manikarnika as adaptations, which they are, of course, since there are source texts and precursor texts for both, one may pose questions around the uses of adaptation, given the longer intermediate history of the two narratives. Both films, as we already know, make generous use of fictionalized facts. And in providing an intellectual reading, especially of Padmavat, in dialogue with other media, I seek to offer insights into why certain fictionalized facts matter. And I'm sort of referring to Susan Bordeaux's work here. And while we might suspect that these historicals are more about the contemporary moment, and rightly so, I would argue that there's also a sliver of deeper history of film and of filmmaking and censorship in India. And I'll return to this history a bit later. So today I'll mainly focus on Padmavat, with the only exception of bringing in Manikarnika at this point for comparison. One is that Manikarnika ends with the female warrior, Rani Lakshmibai, consigning herself to flames as she's fatally injured in the battlefield. So it's the new film Manikarnika with Kangana Ranaut in it. Immolation is not an act that has been associated with the legend of Rani Lakshmibai, and I'm happy to be corrected by all the historians here. The Mardani, who by most accounts died from injuries sustained on the battlefield. On the other hand, Padmavati, in Sanjay Leela Bansali's Padmavat, who in most source texts is described mostly in terms of her physical beauty and idealized devotion to King Ratan Sen, is imparted a martial edge in Padmavat. She shares the attributes of Lakshmi Bai as an archer, political strategist, and displays steely resolve. Proceeding further with Sanjay Leela Bansali's Padmavat, which I have watched far too many times for my own comfort, requires attention to its transmedial history, or in the words of adaptation studies, the precursor texts. I look at 3 precursor texts here to understand the borrowings, the inventions, and the sharp deviations. Of course, this is the longer media history of Queen Padmini's legend, which includes at least 2 films, a Hindi film called Maharani Padmini in 1959, a Tamil film Chittor Rani Padmini from 1963. There's an episode in Bharat Ek Khoj, which was directed by Shyam Benegal, and there is the Amar Chitra Katha, of course, issue on Padmini, Rani Padmini, right? And I also make references to Jaycee's 16th century ballad. Now, the character of Queen Padmavati in the film Padmavat is closer to the warrior princess prototype than the suffering, romantic, sexualized princess in Jaycee's account of the voluptuous queen of Amar Chitra Katha. So you can see that the slide shows on the right-hand side, the images from Amar Chitra Katha from 1973, and on the left-hand side, the screenshot is from Bharat Ek Khoj. So in Padmavat's, the Padmini in Padmavat takes a number of decisions which are missing or are attributed to other characters in the precursor texts. She initiates a romantic relationship with an already married Ratan Sen instead of the king undertaking an arduous journey to find her. She strongly advises the king to banish the unreliable royal priest from his kingdom, causing deep resentment on part of the ousted Brahmin, who then goes to Alauddin Khilji. And it is here that all the precursor texts are united in this fictionalized fact that the priest had performed black magic and conjured a moon on a moonless night. It was this deception that angered the king, who had then ordered his removal from the kingdom. However, in Bansali's film, the royal priest is expelled because he watches the royal couple voyeuristically, hidden behind the ornate lattice window. In all precursor texts, the queen is worried about the wrath of the court Brahmin and in attempts to mollify him, surreptitiously reveals her lovely face to the expelled courtier. But Bansali's Padmavati is enraged upon discovering the voyeuristic priest and advises the king to get rid of him before dawn. Again, in other precursor texts like Jaycee's ballad or Amar Chitra Katha, and also in Bharat Ek Khoj, the queen does not travel to the army base of Khilji in order to free her husband. But Padmavat's queen once again breaches with her other forerunners. She not only travels to Khilji's camp and frees her husband with the support of loyal Rajput courtiers, but is also able to trick the Sultan into severing the head of the banished priest as a precondition of her visit. Bansali's Padmavati thus has unprecedented agency and decision-making wits that routinely outplay her enemies. And what's interesting is that Bansali's Padmavati is closer to the heroic paradigm of Sati Mata tradition that Lindsay Harlan identifies in her ethnographic study of contemporary Rajput narratives. So there is a certain text that Bansali is referring to, but it's not the text that is coming from a kind of a national imagination of Padmini. Now, the character of Alauddin Khilji. So this was from the film. The character of Alauddin Khilji shows more fidelity to precursor texts, even though his libidinous impulses are more emphasized, conjoined with his military operations and a cruel appetite for the extraordinary. Partly it's the rogue star persona of Ranveer Singh that overwhelms Alauddin's character, maverick, camp, performative, and at the same time undeniably affable, I would argue. Another striking difference between precursor texts and Bansali's Alauddin is that he's young, wild, and desirable. So he is desired by his wife, he's desired by the slave, slave Malik Kafur. And when you compare Ranveer to the other Alauddins, for instance, of the TV series Bharat Ek Khoj, is actor Om Puri in a rather forgettable role who's portrayed as neither sufficiently villainous, in my opinion, nor compellingly ambitious, though the character is quite close to Amar Chitra Katha's representation. Bansali's film narrates the doomed fascination for Padmavati also through Khilji's own trajectory, albeit violent, of a trusted lieutenant becoming a sultan. In his vindictive lust, who does Khilji remind us of? Let us look at this sequence closely, where Khilji pumps up his army and assumes the style of a cynical populist autocrat, complete with an affective emotional speech, a falling flag, and a Nazi hand salute. So this is the sequence when he addresses his army.
खिलजियों का परचम बुलंद रहे। फौज में बेचैनी बढ़ रही है सुल्तान। आप तो जानते ही हैं सारे खेमे, अनाज, साजो सामान सब जलकर खत्म हो चुका है। इन मुश्किल हालात में बिना पानी के फौज बेहाल है। आपसे इल्तिजा है हुजूर, आप फौज के साथ एक बार मिल लें। फौज बगावत पर उतर आई है सुल्तान।
जो कोई भी वापस जाना चाहता है आए, अपने सुल्तान को इज्जत बख्शे, गले लगाए और चला जाए वापस दिल्ली। उल्ला खान, हम खिलजियों ने साथ मिलकर एक ख्वाब देखा था कि एक दिन हमारा परचम सारे जहां पर लहराएगा। कसम खाई थी कि एक दूसरे का साथ नहीं छोड़ेंगे चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। और आज इस मुश्किल तरीन वक्त में आप सब नाउम्मीद होकर वापस जाना चाहते। भूल जाओ उस ख्वाब को।
Right. So, sorry. Yeah. Now, if we are to read the on-screen historical in terms of the demands of the present, it is hard to miss the parallels being suggested in the vindictive and violent rise of Khilji with the contemporary politics today. There is yet another way in which Padmavat departs clearly from its precursor texts, primarily in its seemingly researched approach that mixes the desert princely exotica with the history of Delhi Sultanate. It is the only iteration that incorporates Khilji's slave Malik Kafur within the narrative, lending strong credence to queer history claims on Khilji's sexual relationship with his loyal slave. Unlike Amar Chitrakatha and Bharat-e-Khoj, the cinematic adaptation expands on narrativizing Alauddin's political rise. It gets rid of the magical and fantastic elements of Jayasi's ballad, which involves talking parrots and a tumultuous journey across the ocean, and instead intensifies realism through markers of historical authenticity, such as the conquest of Ratnagiri, murder of Jalaluddin Khilji, a serious rebellion by Alauddin's own nephew, and the presence of chronicler Amir Khusro as part of army operations. Through Khilji's utterances, the film also demonstrates a meta-historical drive, be it Khilji destroying any chronicled accounts that do not mention him or cunningly justifying his horrific acts as the spirit of his age. Padmavat thus insists on history as adaptation and also adaptation as history, where selection, deletion, and customization in various proportions impart novelty to a recounting. Now, we all know that the reason why Padmavat gathered so much attention was because of the Rajput Karni Sena protests. And while the protests were directed to gain political visibility, push the agenda for reservations, and as a fringe element claim the political mainstream, but there was also the question of historical veracity that the Karni Sena was trying to bring forward. They were seeking to contest a work of fiction through their own fictionalized facts. The historical losses are humiliation enough for those identifying with the Rajput lineage. To narrativize it with a breach of parda, which involves the Sultan having spotted the queen in a mirror, intensifies the humiliation. The Rajputs thus deny not the existence of Padmini because they worship her as Sati Mata, or Alauddin's lust, but deny that she ever had any interaction with the Sultan. To this end, the representative Rajput denies that mirrors even existed in those times. I can hear someone. Is there an audio that's on?
No, I've muted.
Okay.
You can continue.
Okay, thank you. To this end, the representative Rajput denies that mirrors even existed in those times, with the Karni Sena chief Kalvi claiming that the mirrors were placed in Chittor Palace when Nehru visited the fort after independence, associating a scopophilic fantasy with a strong ideological bent. Sonam, how much time do I have?
You have time.
Okay, about 10 minutes? 10, okay, thank you. Now, so I have another video to show.
Yeah, you have 15 minutes,
okay,
and you can take 5 more if you want.
All right, thank you. So this is an extract from a kind of a report from the Quint, which talks about the history of Chittor Fort through the guides that show the fort to tourists. And I find this interesting because this is where they start contesting the memory as imagined by Bansali.
पद्मिनी का नाम आप लोगों ने सुना होगा, मोस्ट ब्यूटीफुल क्वीन बताई जाती है हिस्ट्री के अंदर। मिरर का जो डेवलपमेंट है वो आफ्टर 15th सेंचुरी बताया जाता है, तो ये पॉसिबल नहीं था कि 1303 के अंदर मिरर था। राजपूत लेडी जो अपना घूंघट अपनी गर्दन से ऊपर नहीं उठाती, वो एक लेडीज किसी दूसरे गैर मर्द के सामने आ जाए, नॉट पॉसिबल। संजय लीला बंसाली जो मूवी बना रहा है उसमें कुछ गलत ना दिखाए, बट हम ये चाहते हैं कि हमारी जो हिस्ट्री है जिसके ऊपर हम लोग प्राउड करते हैं, चित्तौड़ को जो शक्ति भक्ति और बलिदान की भूमि कहते हैं, वो हमारे को फील हो उस मूवी को देख के। देखिए बाहर जो बोर्ड लिखा हुआ है उस पर ये लिखा हुआ है कि पद्मिनी को जहाँ से दिखाया गया था वो मिरर्स अंदर लगे हुए हैं। हम भी ये चाहते हैं कि आर्कोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट इसमें कुछ करेक्शन करे, बाहर जो बोर्ड लगा हुआ है वो यहाँ से हटा दिया जाए, ताकि आने वाले लोगों को भी या फिर आने वाली जो पीढ़ियाँ है उनको भी पता चले कि रियलिटी क्या है।
Now, of course, so we can see here kind of in a condensed form what the objections to the film involved. But of course, religious susceptibilities seeking to shape film production in India, I mean, have a longer history. And they come to fore actually in colonial records in the prognostic censorship practiced in film certification. So communities actually protesting against certain films is nothing new, and it has a very, very long history. So you see the censorship records of colonial Bombay actually reveal pre-release endorsements by the censorship committee, who were mindful of films offending certain communities. While vulgarity, obscenity, unflattering police army representations were a recurring concern, there was a category of endorsements which explicitly or implicitly recognized religious susceptibilities constituted in historical terms. The censor board, it seems, was operating out of a sense of familiarity with these sentiments, obtained through a representative member of a community or a record of past events. So in 1947, for instance, the Bombay Censor Board has two endorsements related to sati scenes. One is the film Parshuram, Hindi film Parshuram, and another is Chittor Vijay, which I'm assuming is another iteration of Padmini, Padmini's legend. And both these films had kind of similar endorsements. So Parshuram's endorsement read, omit the sati scene where the wife of a king is shown mounting the funeral pyre of a dead husband. So about 100 feet were told to, the producers were told to remove about 100 feet of that film. In Chittor Vijay, the endorsement read, curtail the scene of Johar by showing only 2 or 3 women sacrificing themselves by jumping into a blazing fire. Omit the scene showing the burnt remains of Rajput women after their sacrifice. So it records what should be deleted from the film. As we can see, these involve historical injuries and limit cases and were seen as producing an emotional force that exceeded a manageable cinematic effect. It would seem then that the elaborate Johar scene in Padmavat, which has been the least of Karni Sena's worries and has now been reproduced in many YouTube uploads, I would argue marks the return of the repressed, the excised sati scenes in colonial records, you know, sort of you can see them coming back all together in this long 10-minute sequence in Padmavat. And if you go through the comments underneath the YouTube uploads, one repeatedly encounters the word goosebumps in viewers' description of their emotional charge, capturing a haptic response to historical tensions converging in the climax. So I would argue that the Karni Sena's protests at the filmmaking stage, which began right at the filmmaking stage, where they went and attacked the sets and slapped the filmmaker, are designed to not merely stop a film or to make themselves politically visible, not designed to merely stop a film which represents their traditional authority in an unflattering light. These are also motivated to accelerate representations that serve their political ends in the 21st century. Underlying Karni Sena's objections is the recognition of the libidinal capital-led logic of Bollywood historicals, which necessarily involve a Deepikafication of the legendary Queen Padmini. Deepika's stardom, including a real-life romance and later marriage with the male star playing Khilji on screen, threatens the memory of the Queen's sacrifice. The Karni Sena, by way of its muscle power, thus tells Bollywood to tone down its libidinal compulsions. Through bodily threats, they also discipline Deepika's star body to remain subservient to the memory claimed by a regional genealogy. As a film historian, I'm equally interested in what the protest means for Karni Sena, as I am for what Karni Sena will come to mean for the genre of the historicals. Rajputana, the fecund terrain of historical imagination for Bombay, Mumbai filmmaking, is being reclaimed by caste-based activism from Rajasthan, the state that recorded the lowest human development index in Western India in 2018, the year Padmavat was released. And before I end, I want to talk about the climax scene, the Johar scene, and compare it to the precursor texts. So in Jayasi's version, Ratan Sen dies while fighting another Rajput king who had propositioned Padmavati in his absence. Padmavati then joins her husband on the funeral pyre as a matter of custom, along with the other wife Nagmati, to honor their eternal marital bond. By the time Khilji arrives, Padmavati has been reduced to ashes. The Johar, a mass immolation of Rajput women, follows this kind of sati that Padmavati does. The Discovery of India series does not delve into Johar at all, doesn't talk about it, and neither does it talk about the defeat of Rajputs by the Khalji army. It ends on the bravery of Ratan Sen's two generals, Gora and Badal. In the Amar Chitrakatha version, the king decides actually that it's time for the women to commit Johar, and a big pyre is lit for the women of the royal household. The men then head out on the battlefield to mount a final aggression. This version, I'd argue, is reminiscent of the partition violence actually against women, where many were killed by their own families lest they fell into enemy hands. In Bansali's Padmavat, the queen actually takes permission from the king to commit Johar before he heads out to war. Here, immolation is presented as active choice, as a possible plan of action, and as opposed to an inescapable fate dictated by the death of one's spouse. The last stand, in terms of military offensive, in Padmavat is staged by the Rajput women in the palace by delaying the charging sultan through an offensive of burning embers and forming an impenetrable sea around the queen headed down the staircases leading to a large pit of fire. The adaptation's novelty, I'd argue, among other things, lies in making Johar as a form of volition, female power, and as a military operation, really, this last stand, which, according to the legend, allowed being lost. So even though he won the larger battle, he lost the last stand. So it is hard for me or for anyone to say what film Sanjay Leela Bhansali would have made without the pressures of the Karni Sena, which have undeniably shaped the film. Just as the objections to Muslim historicals in the 1930s led to a more careful, celebratory, and grand representation of Mughal lives on screen in the 1940s and 50s, it might well be that Rajput rituals and exotica might become a key part of future historicals. But I would actually like to conclude with invoking Zygmunt Bauman's idea of retrotopia as visions located in the past, which are lost, stolen, or abandoned, but undead. And what Bauman says is that for retrotopia to work, the respective vices and virtues of the past and future are exchanged in an aspirational vision. And here, as I have argued through the paper, here individual free will, exercised by Queen Padmavati, is in the service of protecting one's community. Johar here becomes a last stand. Brute force trumps ethical, brave politics, right? So Khalji anticipates the populist polities of 20th and 21st century. So we are told Khilji wins because he is the future. And we must think about what it says about the present then. This is why I call Padmavat a retrotopic vision, since it is able to visualize the past as holding out both freedom and a protective security, missing in the present in which the film is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Siddiqui. And it was a wonderful presentation and on a much relevant concern of retrotopia and rewriting the Indian history from the Hindutva lens. So the adaptation of history to push political propaganda of the Rajputs or the upper caste and class. What is interesting, I found especially, was how the mob becomes the upholder of censorship, or censoring something what they call as a false and hurtful depiction of their history, to save their pride and politics, of course. And how the filmmakers and censor board also bend to the will of the mob. So it is definitely a very potent work in progress, as you call it, because it looks at the drastically changing ground of Bollywood, especially with the hyper masculinity, the sexualizing of the male protagonist, while at the same time giving women the role of sacrifice, or the sacrificial or the feminine role, which they are constantly trying to portray throughout. And this also is shown in your examples of Johar, and which also comes with a sense of pride and power, so the pride of sacrifice. This, I'm also reminded of what Professor Shiv Vishwanathan today morning discussed around the crisis of memory in the present day cinema, where the RSS people here, Karni Sena, have developed a pseudo memory, where a memory of stereotyping and a memory of hate, where the archetype becomes the stereotype. And also the questions around time, reconstructing an alternative past as present, and then projecting it towards creating another alternative future. So we will come back to this later, and also there are parallels between your depiction of your paper that brings references of women and their role, and Professor Chakravarti's depiction of women in her paper. So we will move now to the third panelist, who is Dr. Dhananjay Rai. And he will be discussing the questions around portrayal of Indian democracy and capitalism through a contemporary film, Newton, by Amit Masurkar. So I request Professor Dhananjay Rai to take over.
Thank you so much, Sonam, and a film, a Hindi film released into, and my title is Cinema as Inherent Transgression, Reading Newton, Democracy and Capitalism in India. And this movie should be, this paper should also be perceived as a critique of Foucauldian understanding of power, which is based on visible. Here I am using Zizek, and not so overtly, but I think there will be allusion to Deleuze, who is saying that it is important to have criticism of invisible as well. I mean, you can't have criticism of visible, but criticism of invisible. So this paper is an attempt in this regard, and it uses the concept inherent transgression from Zizek's formulation of work on democracy and capitalism. So I'm trying to understand cinema, Newton, democracy and capitalism through this framework. A Hindi film released in 2017, Newton is remarkable and persuasive for signifying one of the best bourgeois values, political equality. The film's engagement with progressive bourgeois value is remarkable return in the film in contemporary India, wherein new conservatism and fundamentalism are not ready to compromise with the progressive values of bourgeois, specifically political equality without religious connotations. Critically, the film is praised and received awards widely. This is a remarkable feat for cinephiles and cinema studies. However, the argument in film analysis must go beyond explaining what is also invisible. Political inequality becomes a compromise quid pro quo for abdicating regressive capitalism in film. Cinema as inherent transgression helps to understand that inclusion of political equality is taking place at the cost of exclusion proposed by regressive of capitalism, while allowing the resistance for political equality without any struggle for other forms of inequality. So there is a a concrete relationship between inherent transgression, democracy, and capitalism. The concept of inherent transgression is unique to highlight the process wherein transgression is allowed for far more integration. So your transgression is taking for integration. As Zizek points out and develops the concept and practice, ideological identification depends on transgression in inherent transgression. So transgression is an important concept in democracy and liberal democracy for integration, and it depends on ideological identification. According to Zizek, the inherent transgression refers to the notion that very emergence of a certain value, which serves as a point of ideological identification, relies on its transgression on some mode of taking a distance from it. So if you think that you are distancing from some mode of apparatus, but that space provided by the state, that space provided by the state actually makes you part of the state apparatus. In fact, inherent transgression as ideological identification takes place through its own contravention to justify symbolic domination. Moreover, in disavowing the structure function of the public symbolic law, the subject can act freely and transgress the law. There is an interesting tweet, and this is interpretation of Evans on Zizek's concept of inherent transgression. The interesting twist is that this freedom is illusory. I mean, this freedom of transgression. When the subject positions themselves against the symbolic order and attempts to destabilize it by transgressing its boundaries, the big other, that is the state, has more than anticipated this attack. It has pre-inscribed the disturbance into its very constitution and offers the transgression as a forced choice. The content of the transgression does not undermine the public symbolic law, but rather function as its unacknowledged obscene support. The inherent transgression has become an integral aspect of democracy backed by liberalism and capitalism. The division between political and economic becomes categorical in capitalism. In other words, democracy deals with political equality without much encroachment in the economic realm. Any violation is considered sacrilege of sanctum sanctorum order. Inherent transgression helps to not only maintain the division between political equality and economic inequality, but also perpetuates it. People are allowed freedom. The well-established mechanism is to allow people to confine themselves within the realm of political equality. The transgression takes place for violation of political equality. Since the state anticipates the transgression, a slew of mechanisms like right to vote, right to choose representative, change of government, a plurality of political parties, and existence of civil society, freedom to form association opinion are theoretically granted and practically implemented. Political equality becomes things in itself. The inherent transgression is allowed, resolved within the realm of political equality. The realm of economy is left untouched. Liberal democracy does not promise equality in the economy. Even wealth inequality and income inequality are considered the living dynamism of the market. Since the inherent transgression operates and exhausts within political equality, the economic inequality remains untouched. This becomes exceptionally crucial in the context of India. Despite the new fundamentalist attack on political equality, violation of it invites substantive attention. However, socio-economic inequality has been accepted fait accompli development. According to Shansal and Piketty, India is witnessing a return of colonial inequality, and Prabhat Patnaik points out that new liberalism attacks on petty producers. Against this backdrop, a debate on Newton, a Hindi film released in 1927, directed by Amit Masurkar, becomes crucial to understand the cinema as inherent transgression. The film was widely praised and received audience and media. The film was primarily praised for showing dynamics and struggle in democracy. The film won the Best National Film Award by the Government of India and was also sent as India's entry to the Best Foreign Film category of the Oscar Awards. Therefore, reading Newton, Democracy and Capitalism congruently in India becomes essential for comprehending the inherent transgression. At the first, the film apprises a threat to the government by Maoists who want to topple it, and they have a base in the mineral-rich jungles of Chhattisgarh. Then the film displays the information as follows. The mineral-rich jungles of Chhattisgarh in central India serve as a base for communist guerrillas, popularly known as Maoists or Naxals. The aim is to topple the government through an armed revolution. This war has been raging on for more than 3 decades. The first scene exhibits gunning down of a local leader by Maoists during election time. The gory murder by Maoists postponed the question of mineral-rich jungles, which ephemerally appears for around 18 seconds at the beginning of the film. After that, it is a long journey towards epitomizing the base bourgeois valley, that is the ballot box. The people's consent was reduced to the ballot box. The film epitomizes political equality par excellence. This eponymous film unfolds the story of a day in a democracy when the election takes place. The officer explains, Sanjay Mishra, the complication of the election process to the presiding officers. The impeccability is so crucial that even a goon, as the officers bring to the fore, can get elected, but cannot disturb the election process. That is political equality. In other words, political equality is offered to the nemesis as well. The officer, in conversation with the Newton Kumar, Rajkumar Rao, highlights the most significant contribution of Newton, that is scientist, in social life, that is equality before nature. Being qua being. The fall of Ambani and the commoner will be equal due to gravity. This is stated in the film. This is the moment concerning political equality. In liberal theory, a social realm that is decided by ascriptive identity is summarily rejected. This makes political equality possible. However, the social is also shaped by economic inequality. Since Newton, scientist, is also a reference point of social life in the film, it becomes imperative to discern Newton's metaphysics of social. Without discounting Newton's contribution to science, Akhil Bilgrami problematizes Newton's metaphysics of social, which opened the possibility of land usurpations by the capitalists in the context of Europe. According to Bilgrami, the metaphysical picture that was promoted by Newton, the official Newton of the Royal Society, not the new Platonist of his private study, viewed matter and nature as a brute and inert, as something that is active only when it is acted upon. And this was sold to the Anglican establishment and in alliance with the establishment to the powerful mercantile and incipient industrial interest of the period of thoroughly predatory terms. This followed the usurpation of resources and unmitigated accumulations. In other words, since political equality eventually distances itself from economic inequality, the social created by the class remains unaddressed in liberal democracy. Newton Kumar, a changed name from unisex name Newton Kumar, an unmarried and newly appointed upper division clerk in the district collectorate office, is on probation. He stays in a middle-class residential colony with parents where the circuit breakers keep stripping out. He is studious and his room has a framed photograph of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar on the wall. He, an MSc in physics, refuses to marry a prospective match since the girl is only 16.5-years-old and has studied till class 9. In return, Newton's father abusive behavior for not marrying the girl through sarcastic comments, as if you would get a proposal of Brahmin and Thakur girls. So he refuses to take dowry but insists on marrying a graduate girl. The backdrop is essential for rejection of social based on ascriptive identity for the arrival of being qua being. The materialization of being qua being is individual and political equality is extended to individual. In other words, rejection of social ascriptive is prerequisite for political equality in liberal democracy. In the parliamentary election, the election is taking place for the first time in a village called Kondanar. The officer who allocates election booth to the Kishore, Sunil Ramakrishna Bolkar, an experienced poll veteran who echoes the utmost importance given to political equality. Election takes place even for a single person in Gir Jungle. Knowing that Kondanar village falls in Dandakaran jungle, he escapes this dangerous election duty by citing heart problems and his newlywed status. Newton is called for the same task. So far, he was placed in reserve. The film uses reserve metaphorically. Newton could have been assigned the task of presiding officer without spectacle detour. This leads to the moment of spectacle where refusal to go due to violence is an extraordinary violation. Conversely, Newton's acceptance is routine. This routine is committed. The refusal of the former is sine qua non for making Newton's commitment to political equality absolute. He remains unperturbed. He is being kept in reserve, was disturbed by reluctant who has shown no commitment for political equality when it matters the most. The vanishing of a reluctant participant in political equality paves the way for an active clement of political equality. A subalternity replaces the privileged opportunist in the litmus test for the upholding political equality. The consent of the people is brought and tested when Newton and Atma Singh, Pankaj Tripathi, an assistant commandant of the Central Reserve Police Force, or a representative according to Althusser of repressive state apparatus, confront each other base camp onwards. Before reaching the base camp, the allusion to areas with Maoist influence as a Pakistan by security personnel sets the tone for eventual development. Atma Singh advises Newton not to go to the school in Kondanar, which is 8 kilometers away. There are 76 voters registered in nearby areas. Undeterred by Atma Singh's suggestion that voters be asked to come to the base camp and vote, Newton asserts himself as the presiding officer who would decide the place of the vote. For Atma Singh, obtaining votes is equivalent to the consent of people. He appears to be teleological to the hilt. On the contrary, Newton emphasized the procedural establishment by law for obtaining consent. He appears to be deontological, to all intents and purposes a Rawlsian. Despite much disliking of Atma Singh, Malko Netang, Anjali Patil, a local Hindi teacher at a school, joins the election team at the booth level office as the booth level officer BLO. More than any protagonist of the film, Malko is the most significant protagonist for the political equality. Her entry ends the search for people who are supposed beneficiary of political equality. So far, the film had been dealing with the abstract issues of political equality. Now, Malko is both interlocutor and local. The interlocution is not between Gondi and Hindi, but two Weltanschauung, and that is two world views. Moreover, the state needs interlocutor to procure the consent of local. Newton, Malko, Loknath, Raghubir Yadav, and Sambhu, Mukesh Prajapati, and security forces reach the designated school. Burned houses surround the depleted school. The school wall has agitational writings. Newton inquires whether Maoists write these. Malko answers crisply, burning houses engender anger. While the people, that is voter, are yet to turn up for the voting, the election brigade engaged in numerous conversation. Malko informs Newton about her teaching in Hindi, though the student's language is Gondi. A disinterested protagonist and escapist, Loknath points out that election is a mere change of face of leaders who care about vote, but but not about other things. The moment of spectacle reaches the logical conclusion when Deputy Inspector General DIG is about to visit the polling booth along with the foreign journalists amidst 0% polling. Parliamentary forces managed to bring people from nearby villages for voting. Since the people have not seen an EVM before, Newton briefs them about machine and whom they can vote. Newton informs them about candidates and casting of the vote as constitutional right. For voting, he explains, you will not get money. However, there are more considerable benefits as in rules making etc. Malko interjects, we have our own rules running into 1,000 years. Newton requests her to cooperate. A Patel stands up and says that he is ready to go to Delhi as Adivasi leader. Newton retorts that only one winner from the list will go to Delhi. Will they, one voter asks, get a better cause for Tendu leaves? Malko says that they want freedom from both the state and the Maoist. The dialogues reaches a deadlock since Newton had no answer for several questions. Before this discussion could arrive at, Atma Singh disrupts the meeting and asks them to vote. The DIG along with the media arrives. The election is declared successful as Newton informs the DIG that 39 out of 76 people have voted. And Adivasi point out that nothing will change. In a stage-managed manner, an ambush is staged, which closes the election process before 3 p.m. On the way to base camp office, Malko returns home while showing a clenched face, signaling change is possible while requesting Newton to use his sixth sense. Newton completes the election process after a scuffle with the security forces by enabling the 4 young villagers to cast their votes. He is thrashed thoroughly by security forces afterwards for calling their bluff, running away with the EVM and threatening them with a gun to get the 4 votes. The film ends with the spectacle of the punctuality of Newton, who asks Malko, who has come to meet him, to wait for 5 minutes for tea since lunchtime is scheduled 5 minutes later. The film advances the best defense of political equality led by Indian democracy by way of rejecting social constituted by descriptive identity. In the film, the role of individual eclipses ontology of beings for the arrival of beings for being. This is no mean achievement when political equality has come under attack by communal resurrection in modern India. The movie is an attempt to shape the idea of individual. The most significant caveat of the film is ignoring economic inequality. It seems almost designed as the moment of encounter when Adivasi do not know whom the candidate open the possibility of new question only within the realm of liberal democracy. Only focusing on political equality makes economic equality suffer the most. This social or class becomes a naturalized phenomena. For this naturalization, interpellation plays an important role. There seems to be perfect interpellation in Newton's case. The film reduces everything to political equality while not questioning the exploitation of labor power of Adivasis and relation of production. That is, the antagonistic relation between Adivasi and their exploiter is not pointed or arrived at. Therefore, social relation constituted by economic inequality does not invite attention. Newton, the protagonist, or the Adivasi or the film do not question economic inequality and social constituted by the class. The Maoist violence, which reduces all question to violence in a classic case of rudimentariness, causes the interpellation that the alternative to violence is only political equality. Both Newton, deontologist, and Atma Singh, teleologist, adopt a tautological method on political equality. They are convinced about democracy or the success of democracy through percentage. The end success of democracy is number. For Newton, it comes from constitutional ethics, and for police officer, it is recording the vote. Interestingly, the interpellated effect is sustained in both cases, as the police officer remains neutral on the question of whom to vote. His sheer focus is on number. This generates a further question. If Newton causes interpellation, how are critics or cinephiles made aware of the narratives where capitalism's economic inequality and associated social relations are absent? Put differently, if the ballot box is ideological state apparatus, what is the link between ideological state apparatus and ideological interpretation? In other words, how does the ballot box or democratic principle and method convinces about its goodness? How has the polling of both officers internalized the goodness about the election for democracy? Is this internalization complete? Zizek suggests that internalization never fully succeeds, that there is always a residue, a leftover, a stain of traumatic irrationality and senselessness sticking to it, and that this leftover, far from hindering the full submission of the subject to the ideological command, is the very condition of it. Otherwise stated, wide-ranging convincing about democracy is not complete due to residue. Newton represents a traumatizing sight and therefore incomplete interpellation. This opens the possibility of exploring a humanistic approach within the liberal democracy, a discourse to treat Adivasi from a political equality standpoint against the formulation of the repressive state apparatus, that Adivasi as a wholly other are unassimilable, thus worthy of violence. Another residue is Malko in the film. Malko expressed dissatisfaction. However, this dissatisfaction is guided by inherently morality of bourgeois democracy, which can be discussed without allusion to the primitive accumulation of capitalism and violence, particularly in the central India. Nevertheless, the process of liberal democracy is not completed without allusion to Malko. Zizek points out that this can be understood by focusing on doing rather than knowing. According to Zizek, people know very well how things really are, but still they are doing it as if they did not know. Malko doesn't know about liberal democracy, but still believing in it is not a correct proposition. She is participating in democracy as if she is not aware of actuality, but still thinks she knows. In other words, she knows the limitation of liberal democracy, but still participates. This participation or doing is shaped by unconscious fantasy, as observed by Gigi. The fundamental level of ideology is not that an illusion masking the real state of things, but that of an unconscious fantasy structuring our social reality itself. The residue is linked with ideological disidentification. Absolute repression is unfruitful expedition. It has not been fructiferous. People require space to negotiate. They should feel free to disidentify with the regime. Newton takes a risk for completing the election process. His ideological disidentification helps him to fulfill constitutional ethics. Malko's insistence on being Adivasi is essential. Malko is a reminder of the rules of Adivasi. She scolds Newton for not knowing Adivasi well, despite living nearby. In response to Newton, whether she is pessimist or not, she is an Adivasi, she responds. Her confidence oozes out from non-alignment with the state. She declines to wear a bulletproof police jacket. She feels more secure without it. Her constant assertion that being local is absolute. She rejects both state and Maoist. What do these signify? This helps to disidentify with the regime without harm. Her insistence on local is invariable. She is distanced from the regime, but this distancing is not without limit. This constant transgression is inherent transgression. The inherent transgression are tantamount to the subversive behavior of people for controlling them, eventually for more significant purpose. She defies the idea of protection. She also defies the constitutional of percentage as democracy. She is not out of sight of the state, but her defiance is inherent transgression. If Ambedkar photograph is shown at the beginning for political equality, his eventual absence of reference in the film becomes crucial for the film to allow inherent transgression. At the fag end of the film, the actual issue of mining is reduced to a total of 10 seconds out of total length of 6,420 seconds of film, which is just 0.15% of the length. These inherent transgression without actuality of social relations of production are permissible. Though the film shows the success of voting 56.57% complicatedly, it appeals to resurrect political equality without allusion to economic inequality and abandon social constitution by class. This remains problematic as far as democracy is concerned. This is a very important insight from Marx. He says that Marx's key insight remains as pertinent today as it ever was. The question of freedom should not be located primarily in the political sphere. In such things as free election, real freedom resides in the apolitical network of social relation, from the market to the family, where the change needed in order to make improvement is not a political reform, but a change in the social relations of production. We do not vote concerning who owns what or about the relation between workers in a factory. Such things are left to process outside the sphere of political. And it is an illusion that one can change them by extending democracy, say, by setting up democratic banks under the people's control. I'll take just 2 minutes and I'll complete my presentation. Put differently, economic inequality and social constituted by class are sustained by way of residue, ideological disidentification, and inherent transgression in Newton. There's an exhibition of dissents without allusion to economic inequality and associated social. My conclusions are as follows. The defense of only political equality in Newton takes place without economic inequality, which also constitutes social relation. Due to inherent transgression in the film, the fundamental question of primitive accumulation of capital and its onslaught on Adivasi and their social relation with others has been avoided in the film. For this, inherent transgression play a vital role in the body politic and its creation. The epithetic reminder to the film could be this. Along with the political equality, Adivasi question is also a class question. Thank you so much. I end here.
Thank you, Professor Rai. So this was quite an enriching paper, and since I got it before, I had the opportunity to read it in detail, and it definitely visibilizes the invisible issues around economical and social inequality that the film tries to transgress and intentionally curtain behind saving political equality. So I would like to highlight few parallels between all three presentations before we move to the question answer session. Firstly, there is the obvious tendency of Indian film industry to fall in line, which is seen in especially in Dr. Rai's presentation of Newton, where there is a push towards the the agenda of the ruling class, the dominant religion, caste, and gender. In short, those who are in power and majority. While also pleasing the masses, because without doing so, the commercial success also gets compromised. Seen especially from the examples of period films or historical films discussed by Dr. Siddiqui. But even while challenging the regime, I felt that there is still the tendency to play safe using the acceptable and popular liberal ideologies as seen in Newton. So more and more films in the present times are becoming conformist. That's the idea that we get from the popular cinema. Secondly, we see a transference and flattening of the internal conflicts and modes of oppression through class, caste, gender, ethnicity, and culture by projecting and assigning the role of an enemy onto a community. For example, here the Muslims in the pro-Hindu cinema, or the execution of democratic rights, which, if protected, would override and just eradicate inequality. That's the sense given. So they become distractions from the larger issues that those in power would not want to be addressed through the tool of cinema. So here the films that Professor Chakravarti brings forth become the moment in Indian cinema that where though they are trying to show the struggles and conflicts between the state and the working class, the youth, the Adivasis, even then the women are somewhere left in the peripheries, and their ideological and physical freedom and existence is violated. So we also come to the third point, the portrayal of women. So as a fighter in the women and Naxalite movements, as a Rajput queen who needs to save her pride by sacrificing herself, and the unheard voice of Malco in Newton, who is trying to assert the rights of her community, their concerns, but is again spiraled into the larger agenda of the film and silenced. So the inherent transgression. So here I would like to take like 5 minutes to lay the ground through few observations culled from Dr. Rai's paper as entry points, because I had the opportunity to read it much earlier. And then I will come back to the topics that bind all the presentations together. So as we see through this so-called unconventional drama comedy film Newton, wherein Bollywood, proclaims or presumes that they are offering something new, something groundbreaking and revolutionary, so much that it becomes India's official entry for 2018 Oscar. And this makes us question that something as apparent and defining in world's largest democracy, that is political equality or the right to vote, needs to be emphasized and protected in the current times. And in doing so, other more pertinent questions that should have been the primary entry points in the film, that is capitalism, social and economical hierarchies, these become secondary and are set aside. Which makes us really think that there is a long road in order to bring these discussions to the Indian masses, who naively or not somewhere believe that just protecting and executing one's right to vote in a remote village, in an Adivasi village, should be the main concern in today's India. And it is enough to symbolize that we are all equal to attain equality. Also, how the protagonist in Newton is a government representative, which sends a message that the government is in a powerful position of being the upholder of equality, while also being its chief critique. So as a result, the antagonizing, they are antagonizing the other, the Maoists here. Clearly seen from the confrontation between Newton and Atma Singh. So playing the good cop and bad cop at the same time, so which takes away even the power to resist from the other by constantly escaping or dodging their portrayal from the main plot. And as a result, the questions around capitalism, culture, and religion become distant and almost unreachable, beyond reach for the filmmakers. And even in showing a kind of resistance, they are playing safe, using the constitution and liberal fantasy or promise of democracy as the approachable and acceptable tools in today's India, because otherwise they would be faced by a mob or a lawsuit if religion, caste, or corporate hegemony finds itself in danger or finds itself challenged. So it also shows that somewhere the bourgeois liberal politics is complicit in strengthening the current state of affairs, where economic inequality or the income gap, which Dr. Rai talks about, which is expanding, and it's expanding unchallenged and almost immune to any form of resistance. So coming back to the common thread between all the presentations, I've noted a few reflective questions we perhaps need to ask ourselves. I mean, they're not directed to anyone, but just thinking loud, and they're concerning what does the Indian viewer respond to. So does the distraction of portraying a community as the other or an outsider actually lead to Achhe Din, especially for the Hindutva majority? Or how much power does a voter hold in actually instrumentalizing the political equality? What does that number of one person, one vote really mean? Will that lead to a better future? Should we assign, a goodness to the ballot box, which, is shown in Newton? And when we talk about women, especially about their experience of violence while being jailed, we can clearly see the failure of the judiciary and the democratic process of so-called equal rights, or the democratic rights, political rights, which the women in the documentary also talk about, that the judiciary has failed them. So does whitewashing a past and renaming revolutionaries who are fighting for equal rights as Naxals or terrorists, jailing them and torturing them, does it emancipate the masses from the guilt of bringing to power those who colonize, who oppress, who exploit their own people, grab their lands and plunder the natural resources to maximize their wealth? Will that lead to a utopia? So these are a few reflective questions, and before we open the session to questions from the audience, I had a few questions for each of the presenters. So firstly, to you, Professor Chakravarti, and which is also for Dr. Siddiqui. It's a common question to both around the representation of women, where they are usually shown as in Indian cinema as a collective body, like in the period films, especially in Padmavat, or in a supportive role to the male protagonist, or to be saved, or someone who needs to sacrifice something to save her pride. While the male characters are individualized, they are saviors, they are the heroes, they are the they are even sexualized at a point. So how has it changed in today's time when we see the women taking the streets, women-led movements, which is in contrast to their portrayal in today's Bollywood films? What has changed over the time?
Well, to begin with, I think that in the discussion of the films, it's not absolutely flat, because it's even in Kalbela, there is a significant role given to the woman who supports the male revolutionary. And she says to him that, I will not stop you from doing what you want, simply because and she doesn't agree with his politics. She doesn't agree with his stands. And she actually argues against that in the beginning of the film. But as she proceeds, she actually stands by him in every sense of the term, simply because of the relationship that she has with him. So she's turned into a figure which is not committed to the goals that he has of transformation, but is sympathetic and supportive to him. And she stands by him at the time of the torture in particular, because he's tortured, she's tortured, and they're tortured in each other's presence. And she tells him, don't give up. Don't simply because I'm being tortured, don't tell them, don't reveal the. So she actually upholds his politics in standing firm in not actually revealing the whereabouts of the leader, and in the end, the film, the protagonist, the main hero, who's actually not completely convinced that whatever he did was for. He can, on hindsight, he has queries about were they right, were they wrong, what was the whatever. But he says one thing, which he says the real revolution is Madhavi Lata's, which is that she breaks with the family, and she comes out and finds a way to stand by her own values and her own ideals and her own relationships. And so he has an appreciation for, there is an appreciation for this person. So in a sense, there is almost a suggestion that the real revolution is that women are wreaking. And if you see, so she may not, it may not focus on the woman revolutionary, which is a critique I had, but its portrayal is fairly complex and fairly strong in its in the handling of the characters. So I would say that. But at the end of the day, if the generic image that we have through the films remains of the male revolutionary as the real subject of cinema, then that is the critique that I had. And I was talking about the amazing, not only the amazing experiences of these women, but also the amazing spirit with which they sustain their politics, because it's at the end of the day, they are sustaining their politics through whatever it is. So in that sense, I think apart from the fact that the cinematic, the cinema imposes its own sort of tropes upon film. I mean, women in Bengali cinema, women are very important and they're very strong. But and despite that, why is it that this character is missing? That was my question, and I found that in reality, through the oral narratives that one collects, you actually see an amazing strength and commitment, and including the fact that the most famous torture case in India that we can think of, which actually led to a judgment in which that police officer was convicted. He stayed out, of course, because of the manipulations, but he's actually convicted, is the case of a woman who was tortured so badly by the state. So in a sense, in this representation of class, let's say, revolutionary fervor and inequality and the search for a better world, which is also a more humane world, is not something that gets the full attention of how women participated in crafting that set of ideals, if you see what I mean. So in a sense, that's why I said that ultimately maybe we'll only find it in documentary cinema, and through these. It was not easy to get those stories. I wouldn't have been able to get it if I hadn't been a civil rights worker all my life. And the fact that I had a certain credibility as far as the women were concerned, and they could actually share their views. So it actually resulted in quite a powerful way in which women stood up to the state at that point in time. That's it.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, because there is a complexity of the woman, not just as, you know, someone supporting the man, but also, you know, giving him strength, or, you know, being the somewhere also being the main person in you know, some sense. But again, it's what you also said, that you know, she's being called as a revolutionary by the hero, which also makes us think that an assertion of you know, the woman's role also needs to come from the man.
Yeah,
So,
no, it is in the conventional supportive role. Nevertheless, you know, men are supported ultimately. I mean, this is something that a lot of men will recognize, that they're propped up. Basically, they're being propped up by these very strong women, and in Bengal, that's very strong. But it didn't move to the next step, which is that it could have presented. Even in that Kalbi life, they had actually, see, let's remember that the most important moment of the Naxalbari is Shanti Munda, who's she's the Adivasi woman who is leading a demonstration, and the police kick up the demonstrators, kick a pregnant woman, and she dies after a few days. And these women, they actually shoot arrows at them. So the spark of the Naxalbari is, at the heart of it, is actually this engagement that women have. So Shanti Munda is a heroine, you know, and whatever. But we don't have, there's nothing for her. There's another famous encounter that took place in Ekwari in Bhojpur, where a woman defends the Morcha Sambalti hai, so that all the men can escape, and she gets killed in the process. You know, even she is not. There's no acknowledgement of her as a person who, you know, in a sense, stood her revolutionary ideals to the last breath. So it's an absence that I feel I needed to mark, and that's it.
okay. I'm also reminded of, I mean, Phulan Devi's portrayal in Bandit Queen as the obvious, you know, popular example. So how would you read that? Because there she is the protagonist. Her struggle is shown, and
it's interesting. See, the raped woman is a trope that actually is very powerful, and the revenge that she takes. I mean, Phulan Devi's mystique is partly to do with the fact that she's lower caste. She's raped by people, and then she turns into this bandit woman. And I think the most interesting portrayal of Phulan Devi is not in Phulan Devi, but in that film more recently, where she appears in the film with Sushant Singh Rajput, and which has Manoj Bajpayee and so on. You must be remembering
Son Chidiya.
Son Chidiya. So Son Chidiya actually has a very interesting portrayal of Phulan Devi, because she's part of the group, and when the woman who's trying to save that little girl says something, she says, you know, there is a caste factor that comes in over there, and she actually brings it up by, there's both a caste factor, and at the end of the day, the women themselves are unable to see through the system. And so Phulan Devi comes off as an extremely acute resistor of oppression, who is able to sustain it till the very end. So it seems, I mean, at least in the manner in which she responds to that situation, which I think is very beautifully portrayed. I think that's a film. Son Chidiya is got its gender and caste politics absolutely right. So it's a very rare film, in my opinion, and very powerfully acted and presented. So one of those interesting films. I don't know how many people have seen it, but it's very powerful.
Yeah, I should definitely see it. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Chakravarti. That was and Professor Siddiqui. Would you like to, from the contemporary cinema perspective, take up this question?
Yeah, actually, I don't work on contemporary cinema, but okay, just to so one of the ways in which we read images of women on screen, I mean, the idea is that a lot of times people are disappointed, or they feel kind of, kind of not, that they fall short of expectations of what we expect how women should be represented, in that sense. But I think popular Hindi cinema, it's kind of pleasures are work at a very complex level. And so at times, even when you would think that this character is very retiring, or, is not really transgressive enough, which in itself, I think, is a very narrow way of understanding a character. But even in that sense, I think sometimes star personas are also important to consider, right? And which is why I was comparing these iterations, where, well, I mean, if you have read Swara Bhaskar's article about the last sequence of Padmavat, and she says it in very strong terms, and one agrees with her as well. But when you compare Padmavati of Padmavat with her forerunners, you realize that there are women who are very retiring. You hardly hear them there is no access to their subjectivity. And so, of course, you are disappointed when, she doesn't live up to our expectations at the end. But there is no denying that there is a version of heroism that this film is trying to put forward. We may not agree with that heroism. That's not our idea of heroism. We wish it would do better. But I'm comparing iterations here, for instance, right? And I would, to me, one could access so-called the character more in this film than, let's say, the retiring or the shy woman who was always accessed through curtains in other iterations.
Yeah, that's interesting. So the idea of also what we think of as protest or resistance, which is, in the film shown as sacrificing herself, while on the other hand, like we think of it as, fighting back. So that's where we, are faced with disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, I would say these are different ideas of heroism. And of course, this is not my idea of heroism, but that's the idea of heroism that, for instance, certain contemporary Rajput narrative would want to peddle and might find even people who accept it.
Thank you, Professor Siddiqui. The next question is for Dr. Rai. So since the film received such a good response and critical acclaim, would you give it the benefit of doing the bare minimum, or struggling with a difficult topic in the present difficult political scenario, and taking that risk which other more popular films are not doing? And I will follow up this question with another one, and you can take both of them together. The question around the character of Malko, because I found her very interesting, and the way you are also talking about her, which somewhere is standing out in the entire film. So does her character become an entry point for the viewers to understand that dissatisfaction and unresolved residue which you talk about, that the Adivasi community must be feeling in all this political drama? Does her character bring it out in any form, or it gains, or does it again plays to the larger agenda of the film? So if you can talk about both of these.
Thank you, Sonu, for this. And I think we require a lot of time for such a deliberation. But in a nutshell, I would suggest how do I study film? And I don't study film as an isolated and insulated event. And there are partly projection. They're part of. And this is. If we have to understand film, we have to be very. We must understand the churning vis-a-vis capitalism and Brahminical social order in the context of India, and these two are very important to shape the contour of film. So what happens that in case of some films which are relatively okay and reasonably okay, they sometimes they become more dangerous in a sense that their co-option by them is imminent and imminent. So because they discard the possibility of other forms of, for example, you disregard any film by the Akshay Kumari immediately because he is the Sanatani savior of India, or as usual. But so you know that there is inherent political contour in the films of Akshay Kumar. But some of the films which are very important, which have critical appreciations, they need also, because what is happening that they are promoting visibility at the cost of invisibility. And if you look at the films and look at the kind of nature of capitalism and the relation with Indian cinema, 80% people are almost omitted in terms of serious concerns. And we know there are things, there are crises, there are issues, but of course, state co-option, state coercions, capitalist profit, capitalist coercions, they are there, but the criticality has been reduced to the margin. For example, Netflix to some kind of other mediums rather than Bollywood. So I would suggest that film got importance, but film needs a critical engagement to highlight that this is not it. We need more engagement to counter capitalism and Brahminical social in the context of India.
So, in short, like, if I make sense from that, the gap between the visible and invisible further expands because of these kinds of films.
Yeah, what happens then in social sciences and in certain postmodern reading of cinema, particularly Foucault has been very important figure, and their visible has been analyzed a lot. Fine, because the power is a manifestation of visible, and it is just action and after effect. But I think there are other people who are talking about invisibility, and invisibility has to be understood, particularly in cinema. And I agree that cinema has to be subject to not aesthetic consumption. It has to be, if we are judging cinema at the level of epistemology or something kind of knowledge system, it needs brutal scrutiny in terms of, because of the impact it has, vociferous and quadruple impact along. So I think this is my response, that invisible has to be understood in the context of cinema. Can't be aesthetic consumption only.
Definitely, and fair enough. Yeah. Would you like to take the second question around Malko and?
You said Malko is interesting character, and what was the other point?
Because so I was looking at how, does she steer the viewer in a sense, or does she bring out the questions around dissatisfaction and unresolved residue which is felt by the Adivasi community? So does that come across in any way, or does she also fall in the?
See, I think her presence is very important in film. I think more than Newton or Newton Kumar, she is the important for the state or for the political institutions. Why? Because she is the one who is giving legitimacy to the political equality, not Newton Kumar or Newton Kumar. And she is an important residue, because you think that you have a right, you are protesting, but the protest is also co-option in one sense, and that space is called inherent transgression. As soon as you realize that there is something called ideological disidentification, you disidentify from the state, then immediately you are co-opted in the language of the state immediately due to various reasons. So Malko is, of course, defines. Malko is interesting. Malko asserts various things, but those assertions are produced within the liberal discourse on political equality. Nowhere you look at this is kind of mining and kind of primitive. I mean, what is primitive accumulation? Where you are making people who are living on subsistence economy into wage labor. Even many people argue that even the people are not turned into wage labor, they are just don't have anything to sustain themselves. If these hard-hitting questions are not addressed when we are addressing Adivasi questions, then this is a matter of aberration, and we are trying to correct some of aberration, but not answering the structural problems. That is mine.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I wish we could talk more about it. But now I think we will open the floor to questions from the audience, and we have, the first question was on the YouTube links in the first hour itself by JSL's Dean, Professor Kathleen Mudrowski. So she asks, what is the influence of amateur filmmakers on cinema, which is really interesting to think about. Would anyone want to take it up? Mr. Siddiqui, maybe. And all these short films also, the young filmmakers mainly, how they are impacting the mainstream in a sense, but also creating their own bubble or creating their own alternative space.
Yeah. So I mean, again not an authority, but I mean, let's just say that amateur filmmaking has existed for a very long time, right? But of course, with the platform, I mean, with these platforms like YouTube, or even the fact that with OTT platforms, it's much easier than before to get your content, broadcast. And I think it's now really hard to talk about a mainstream in general, as far as media content is concerned, right? So the idea is that there is the formula has been sort of given away, and it's about how much you're able to improvise. So I don't know if I answer the question about amateur filmmaking, but if you're talking about new filmmakers and new technologies, so definitely, I think one of the ways the mainstream is being changed is the fact that there is no mainstream now. The mainstream is kind of composed of these multiple kind of alternate imaginations. Yeah. So.
Yeah, which is actually good in a sense, because then there is no centralization of, few filmmakers and few films only changing the demography of film industry, but also there are these other kinds of, documentaries and short stories and adaptations and everything happening. Yeah. We have a question by Shremoy. You want to unmute yourself and ask, please?
Hi, thank you so much. That was a very refreshing discussion. I have one comment and I would like his response on this, for Professor Dhananjay Rai. And I have also an observation around the conversation that is going on about depiction of women in the context of films. Professor Rai, one thing I wanted clarification, when you say that Foucault's work is rendering the visible more prominent than the invisible, I'm not very sure, because the epistemic shift happens in the context of this, the invisible becoming more relevant as a site of analysis. That is why the modern understanding of history where comes because through this epistemic shift. So that is one. And secondly, while this conversation was going on, I was kind of reminded of a film by Ray called Mahanagar, which is about a very interesting historical moment for us in the trade union movement, factories going out and all that. And in this context, we see the protagonist forced to take up a job, and how the equation changes within the domesticity. That is, a new economy has been created because of this compulsion. And so that's where we see her trying to, manage the domesticity, which she was actually far more importantly, far more part of in an everyday sense. Now she's working and she's managing that. And we see this, this kind of modern reproduction of woman as someone who manages both, variously iconized practice. Now, this woman and the wife who says that, you can do, it's your belief. I do not have I do not have faith in a political philosophy, but I have faith in you, and therefore. So this is where we are seeing a kind of a distinction happening within the social space, where I am an individual. We can live in the same space, but we think differently. Now, this moment and Mahanagar's moment, right? I was continuously reminded, it's not in the context of the landscape of resistance, in the sense that resistance to state, but in the context of reproduction of socialities, and how films are managing that. I'm sorry, this might sound completely nonsensical, but if you thank you. This is what I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Shumoy. Dr. Rai, you want to respond to that?
The first question I would like to respond. Others, I think I'll revisit this. I thank you for this suggestion, but and this is also criticism or Deleuze of Foucault. That he is excessively focusing on visibility and ignoring invisibility. My own reading of his power or his idea of governmentality is also confirming the Deleuze reading that the manifestation of governmentalities are explained by Foucault in various forms. But beyond manifestation of governmentality, do we have another layer which is even not manifested? That can we explore that? And second problem is this, that Foucault treats everything as after, power in action, but not power as a cause. Power is after effect. But you don't have structural causes of power. So in the absence of structural causes of power, what happens that even invisibility is ignored in terms of analysis. That is my point, but I look at again very closely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The second part, Professor Chakravarti, you're on mute. Sorry.
Yeah. No. I think there are very complex renderings of the woman question. Let's put it in cinema and across the board. And yes, Mahanagar is a very interesting take on it. And I think it explores the shifts in the register of relationship between man and woman very powerfully at that moment, because it also has to do with the demasculization of the man in relation to the, let's say, the stepping out for economic reasons to whatever. And it's I think the complexity in rendering the woman question in cinema it's massive. It's very complex. It's not flat. Depending on the filmmaker and depending on what the choice of the subject and so on, there are very interesting and important ways in which it's done. My little, what would you call it, grumble was about the fact that we actually have so many stories of women who were powerfully in the movement, and we don't see that reflected in the cinema that was produced. That's the short quarrel. And I wonder why, because why should the male revolutionary be the standing trope? For when you think of the revolution, why do you think of then that middle class young man who comes out and does whatever he's doing? I mean, there's really a very powerful set of things that is going on at that time, and people are drawn into it in multiple ways, individually, through the university system, through whatever it is. I mean, it's in the air. It's solidly in the air, whether it is the anti-Vietnam struggles or whatever. And in a sense, to flatly, I mean, actually in Kalbila, the girl, in the end, there is an arc of development for her, which is emotional rather than, but the question that she asks is your revolution going to come because you go do the demonstration in front of the American embassy? But how powerful that demonstration in front of the American embassy is also very interesting, because it gets fired upon and whatever. It's like, in a sense, actually, that complexity of that moment doesn't get reflected through the ways women are responding to it, except for the Adivasi woman, who comes in only on rape. Now, I have a problem with this also. I mean, why are women presented as a radical only if they're raped? At the end of the day, that's really, it's narrowing it. So at the end of the day, the director makes a choice, and the narrative compulsions are there. But it would be interesting to see let's say the fullness of that revolutionary moment for women also to come up in and they're responding to that moment exactly like the men are responding. It is about a new India. It is about a new country. It's about new social relations. It's about, in fact, it's so powerful that it's also critical of the men. So in this Meenakshi, in her one of her accounts, she describes how the men just sit and talk, and they don't work with the peasant household where they are sheltering. And she asks this old man, saying, you are working with your daughter. Why aren't they doing? He says they are revolutionaries, so they will not work. It's like they will not work on the ground. So actually, the criticism of and it's a very interesting. I mean, it was quite incredible to get that kind of insight from these women. It's like because from Meenakshi you also get this. There's this sense that what were women supposed to be doing? Why were they? Often it was a courier. It was for the medical purposes. They were taught nursing, but the boys, I mean, they were taught. They had to develop some skills in nursing and so on, and the men were not. She said, as Krishna Bandyopadhyay said, she said it's good for everyone to know how to deal with the medical situation. Okay, but how is it that the male comrades were not told to do that? So there was like a gender divide that was being articulated over there. And then you see this most moving moment, because Meenakshi actually describes she's in on the periphery of the Baranagar, Kashipur Baranagar event, and she breaks down when she describes a boy who's burnt, who's singed, and she tries to save him. So the poignancy of this woman, who may be seen as someone who can nurse and whatever it is, but her inability to save this boy at that point, young boy who's being pursued and had been fired upon, or whatever circumstance there. So it's such a complex configuration, such a complex moment. How can we actually do justice to it on all counts is really the question of, given the fact that cinema is so powerful in its, one thing that everybody is talking about is how powerful cinema is. But it's not only Padmini who's powerful, but actually everybody's representation is powerful. So in terms of what the impact it has on the viewers. So in that sense, it's a little grumble that I put. It's not more than that. Okay.
Thank you.
There's one little thing I wanted to say on Salma's presentation. Maybe there'll be other questions, but I wanted to recall for you, Salma, and I noticed that you had this segment on the guides and the way the guides actually construct history over there. Now, this is as a history teacher, I was often taking my students off for these trips, and so the one that we did to Chittorgarh was really famous and fantastic. From our point of view. Now we got, and this has happened to me twice. It happened to us twice. Once in Chittor and once in Mandu, where this guide actually constructs the history. He's telling you the entire history. Now, he kept on trying to take us to the Padmini place. And I kept on saying to him, ki Meera ke mandir pe leke chalo. Now, there's a famous Meera mandir in Chittorgarh. He would not take us. He tried everything under the sun to not take us over there. And I said, why aren't you taking us there? We want to see that temple. And she's also a pride for the Rajput. Isn't she doesn't she represent a pride for the Rajput womanhood or Rajput? And he said, nahi, wo maryada tod karke bahar nikli. And it's the image of her singing in the streets and whatever it is that. So actually, the guide is reflecting popular, whatever it is, but he's also shaping popular opinion, because the next generation, he's telling you exactly telling you these stories in precisely that kind of way. So I think that, that's how does one get out of the, and you can keep writing, and some beautiful essays have been written around Meera, by Kumkum Sangari and so on. It's like, it doesn't take you. So Meera is the suppressed story, Padmini is the surfaced story. And that's how, let's say, the Karni Sena would want to tell the story also, at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Though it is true that the work that I was referring to about contemporary Rajput narratives, they have both Padmini and Meera. I mean, the author mentions both as being the exception to the Pativrata type, but somehow at the end also kind of by their own sat, confirming it. So I wonder whether it's, so at least for, in terms of ethnographic studies, I mean, Meera is not suppressed as far as remembrance amongst Rajput women is concerned. So I wonder if it's something to do with the most masculine or this kind of more public-facing intervention.
And the popular history that they construct.
Yeah.
Really the tropes that they constructed for the crowd that is coming to see over there. Even, for instance, in Mandu, a lot of labor was spent in, after all, Baz Bahadur and
Roopmati.
Now she's married to, she's the woman in this Muslim man's life. You can't do much with that because that's there in the whatever it is. But there's this attempt to sort of make her into this Sati woman, even in that situation. And he said that she lived in a palace which was like the topmost layer. She could stand there and she could see the Narmada. And it's 18 kilometers away, that Narmada. And she would not eat her, she would not take her morning, whatever it is, till she saw the Narmada. So in a sense, you combine the qualities of a Sati woman in whatever situation you are placed. And that is what is interesting. Just, these are some stories that came out of guides.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's really interesting. Because I was also, visiting Khajuraho, and the way the guide, created his own narrative and his own reasons, that tells a lot about what they want to, to be carried forward in the future and what they want to hide. So do we have more questions? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting panel. I want to just respond to Uma. And Uma, thank you for this work. And of course, I'm so sort of now you have whetted our appetite. I want to see the film. And you've shown us only part 1. So we, of course, we look forward to that. And it's absolutely very, very important. And I think what's very important is the way in which you have actually brought into focus, repressed histories of women and also of Naxalism, and the way in which cinema has forgotten these, not just events, but these experiences and the kind of political struggles and statements that that were very, very important in the period you're talking about, and the inspiration for political movements, even in the contemporary, right? In university campuses on JNU, I mean, all the time, we encounter that. So that's really important. And I think what you've said about all films are historical. Now it's actually very important that you say that, because obviously all films are responding to their own histories and their own contemporary moment, and they're constructing histories and so on. But I think this conference is really about film and history. It's not necessarily about, and I wouldn't take it like that. I wouldn't take it in the spirit that this film is about historicals or the historical genre. Historically, the historical genre evolved in a certain way at a particular moment in time. So in the silent period, along with the mythologicals and the devotionals, historicals were allegorical forms in which these filmmakers responded to the colonial moment and to colonial censorship and to colonial colonial constructions of history. And the fact that they are allegorical, both in terms of form and also in terms of positioning, and the way in which the stories of the past are used, to actually comment on the present. That's a very important actually aspect of the historical genre. So whether we look at the 20s and we look at Sinhagad in the 20s, made in the silent Sinhagad, or we look at Pukar, or we look at whatever else, and I think the question always, and there have been all these discussions that have been going on since yesterday. The question about whether this is authentic or not authentic is not the point at all in this genre construction. And it's equally true that genres bleed into each other. So the devotional form, which is sort of biopic, but then there are questions that one can raise about biopics also, that biopics are not really, these devotional, not real biopics, and these are not real, we have, biopic also has a certain form. So what I'm trying to say is that we must, and you're absolutely right, we must have a way of talking about film and history, both outside of genre definitions and also the question of the contemporary, the time in which they're made and what the concerns are of that time. And I think the other question that's related to this, which I hope we will be discussing a little more tomorrow, is how do we write histories of the contemporary? And we may not write histories of the contemporary in the historical sense, in the historical genre sense. We may not necessarily construct them, generically as historicals. And here it'll mean going into what the genre construct is, etc. But we are writing histories of the contemporary. All these are, and the historicals are doing it, the Hindutva historicals that Salma is talking about, they're doing it, they're writing histories of the contemporary through Hindutva historicals. And other films are writing histories of the contemporary. So I think, for instance, when we teach film and history, we, talk about all kinds of films that are melodramas, films that are realist, films that are responding. So I think the question of repressed histories that you're raising, that's really important. And I think the fact that cinema and certain films and certain moments responded to these and brought them out. a lot of the time it was, especially in the period that you're talking about, in the 50s and 60s, you know, in the new wave, a lot of these repressed histories came about, and Gautam Ghosh is a product of the Bengali new wave. And so the new wave took up all those issues that were mainstream cinema would not talk about. Caste came back. Caste was a very important issue in the devotionals in the 1930s and 40s, but then they disappeared from mainstream cinema, mainstream Bombay cinema. They reappeared in the new wave. I mean, within exception of a film like Sujata, which is also very melodramatic and sentimental, caste was actually had disappeared as an issue of, that needed to be talked about or of concern, and returned later in the new wave. So I really, you know, take your suggestion and your intervention as very seriously, and I think this is something that we should take on board, that all films respond to history of one time or the other. And so what we would call socials, you know, so when we film scholars define socials, we say that unlike the historicals, the socials respond to their contemporary moment, and they are about contemporary life in that particular time. And that's why the women's question becomes very important, and this becomes very important. But the relationship between film and history, that is of real concern, and that is something that we should be talking about, and the way in which I think that those histories that we have forgotten, you know, for a long time, partition was a forgotten history, for instance, you know, and why did partition return is another question that is important. It didn't return necessarily in historical forms. It returned in other kinds of forms as well. So that was just a comment. If Uma wants to respond, that's fine. But Uma, please tell us when you're going to show us a film.
No, I am dying for all of you to see it. And if Sagar puts it online for all of you, the two parts, I would be glad.
We should have a screening and a discussion with Uma.
Of course.
As a follow-up of this program, right?
Of course, definitely.
It is my magnum opus. It's a 2-hour, 20-minute in two parts.
We should.
And it's actually, me as the producer, that's also historic in my opinion, because I would not get funding for this. So it is, I've funded it with my pension. It's actually called Pension Pictures. Okay, so my company is called Pension Pictures. I'm dying for it to be seen.
So Jindal is not going to host it. JNU will host it.
Ma'am, Shubhasya Shigram, jaldi kariye.
ठीक है, हम लोग करें कि आप करेंगे? I'll propose it.
Definitely.
Thank you. Okay.
Professor Chakravarti, you want to?
No,
respond?
I don't think there's any need to respond to that. It's very, it's exactly what I would like the field to expand into, and particularly because now we are talking about everyday histories, no? Yeah. So at the end of the day, if you're doing everyday histories, really, how can you only think of? I think it's extremely important to see what interventions they are making. Okay, the right wing is making, but equally, it's important to see what are the other histories that get suppressed when only when the focus is around the you know, the drama that is enacted on the right wing because it responds in a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
So that's all. Yeah, fine. I'm fine with that.
Excuse me, I have to leave because I have an appointment. I'll be there tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we don't have any other questions, we can wrap up this session.
Kaushalya, you had a question, no? You had raised your hands.
I think we had moved a lot from what I was thinking at that point of time, but that's okay. I think I've got what I was asking. I was just actually thinking of a parallel between Bajirao Mastani and Padmavati, you know, the two films that were made by Bhansali. And, you know, when ma'am was talking about this absence of centrality of women as an agency, I was, I was very compelled to think about how Bajirao Mastani actually started with the military prowess of Mastani, how she rides. And it was a very elaborate scene on how she approaches Bajirao to help for a military help. And that ultimately somehow, gets buried under this romantic and epic saga, which ultimately draws in. And somewhere, when we were talking about Meera and Padmavati, I think that kind of concern actually steps in for our filmmakers because of the repercussion that we generally generate among the audience. People don't want their films to get negative feedback or kind of a political in a situation where people might suffer. And what happened with Bhansali during Padmavati, I think somewhere the agency of Mastani could have been through a very, very different perspective. I mean, it was brought under a moral policing, if I could say, I could use the term, So I think the entire story faded out to some kind of a romantic epic, which started with a military valorization and a women agency, so to say. So yeah, I mean, not only that the centrality of women agency was absent from Naxal movement, or I think that has been persistent in other genres of film as well, in the historical films. So that was a little observation I was trying to think about, but I think we have yeah. But the takeaway thing from this discussion is we really look at these films with a different perspective now when we go back. So we really think about them with a different lens. So. Thanks. That would be all. That's just an observation. I was, if Salma would like to respond, then more than welcome. But it's just an observation.
Yeah. So I mean, when you actually think about these two films together, then both of them actually begin in the same way, kind of.
Right.
And that's another way in which you can understand some of the anxieties of I mean, they are politically motivated, but you can understand because it seems like the Bajirao love story is being repeated in Padmavat. It would seem like that, right? Because it's a classic trope of, the warrior princess and this king who's played, and they're being played by the same actors, right? But what you're pointing to, I think, I mean, firstly, I wouldn't read agency only in terms of combat, right? So when we're talking about agency, and I'm not even saying that Padmavat is it's all about women's agency. No, that's not what I was trying to say. I was comparing it to previous iterations where you actually never even hear Padmini or, her point. So, but if I have to compare Bajirao with this, or even let's say Jodha Akbar, where again, Jodha is introduced as someone who comes fighting in, she's also trained. So, I mean, that's an attraction that's offered. So it's one of the attractions of mainstream Bollywood cinema. It's offered, the fighting woman is offered as an attraction. It also recalls previous histories of, Hunter Wali or whatever. And of course, that after offering that attraction, it kind of is subsumed in the larger heteronormative love story, which was the logic until now, I would say, of historicals, right? That's why Priya Jayakumar calls it the historical romances. I'm not too sure whether now the historicals we are looking at, historical films, can be called historical romances. So the genre is undergoing a change, of course.
Yeah.
Itself. So yeah, I mean, my response to this would be that I would not read agency only in terms of combat, and so that's a kind of a limited way to read agency.
Of course, yeah.
But I agree with you that these are attractions that are offered, and then of course.
So do you think there is some kind of a moral trope imposed on it? Because Mastani doesn't get that kind of a sympathy as Padmavati does. She is not the damsel in distress. Like her modesty is never like people don't question that whether Padmavati is, being portrayed historically correctly, or because I think she is not the, the queen, or she's not the wife, or she's not the legal partner. So do you
Yeah, and also it's not part of a popular, so it doesn't, it's not part of popular imagination in the same way as the Padmini
Yes,
legend is,
yes.
right? So
Do you-
Bajirao Mastani is a very kind of lesser known thing. It doesn't have that hold over popular imagination as Padmini and Alauddin,
Right.
the legend has, right? So,
Right.
yeah.
So do you think that this moral thing does have an influence on the filmmaker's mind, that it's portrayed in a certain way?
What, sorry, in terms of what moral?
No, I mean that the people will accept, people are more empathetic towards a legal wife, or the how Padmini has to be saved, her honor has to be saved, or something which doesn't count for Mastani. She is. So does that have an effect on the filmmaker's mind? Does that?
Yeah, those definitely. I mean, I would say that those are choices, very active choices made by filmmakers, definitely, in terms of, I mean, one is the requirement of the narrative itself, right? So if the
Right.
narrative is built around rescue and saving, that's a different narrative. But of course, I mean, filmmakers do know pretty much what popular opinion and,
Right.
what sells. So of course, and yeah, I hope I'm answering your question here.
Yeah, absolutely. My question, maybe I'm not so clear. I'm saying that these stereotypes of Bollywood filmmaking is actually evolving from such perception of categorizing women, that who is the damsel in distress and who needs to be saved, whose honor has to be maintained. So I'm just saying that maybe this absence of centrality emanates from there. So that's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
That's quite an interesting point. And also I was when Professor Siddiqui talked about combat as shouldn't be the point of showing that a woman is in power in cinema, because also it is somewhere coming from a masculine trait. Combat is a masculine trait, and even in that it is ascribing to the male superiority of the film. Yeah. So
Sonam, I have since all this is about storytelling, I was quite impressed by Dhananjay's argument that Adivasi question is also a class question, and that reminded me of a source that I found many years ago about the first parliamentarian from Bastar, which is the area that I study. And this is from Manchester Guardian. And it's with your permission, I mean, it'll take 2-3 minutes to read this thing. But this is a story worth being relayed, because it was titled A Very Strange Story. So I'll just share the screen. I have written about it in an article which I just have mailed to Dhananjay. And this is the extract. Can you all see the screen? So I'll read it out.
Yeah, we can see.
A very strange story was published last week from the Indian Parliament at Delhi. Some of the former ruling princes in India still exercise great influence. From constituents in their territories, they secured last winter the election of their nominees. But few Maharajas can have so biddable a member of parliament as His Highness of Bastar. This Maharaja arranged for the election of a man named Kosa, a tribesman from a secluded forest area who could not read or write, had never ridden in a train or a motor car, who did not know the use of money, and who spoke only in a dialect known to no other member of the Delhi Parliament. To this legislator, the Maharaja attached a secretary who was to relieve him of all his worries. At first, all went as the Maharaja had planned. The secretary accompanied Mr. Kosa to parliamentary sessions and instructed him on what documents to put his thumbprints. But the secretary passed his advantages too far. It occurred to him that as he did all the parliamentary work, he ought by right to have the parliamentary salary. He therefore intercepted Mr. Kosa's stipend, and the poor member of parliament was reduced to near starvation. In this condition, he was found weeping one day at his desk in the Parliament Hall. And at last, by means of an interpreter, he was able to tell his story. His colleagues gave him courage and he rebelled against the secretary. It was the story of Faust and Mephistopheles. Mr. Kosa's salary was paid into his own hands, and his face was full of indescribable joy. But now the problem is what will happen to him if he ever returns home to his constituency and faces his Maharaja. Mr. Mahtab, until lately a minister of central government, summed up the story. A picture of, just a moment, a picture of circumstances, he said, in which Indian democracy is making headway, came before my eyes and I sighed.
Many thanks, Sagar, many thanks.
So, yeah. Just wanted to share this story with you all. How do I stop sharing the screen?
Thank you, Sagar. Yeah, I think this is something to also take forward from the discussions, and good that you were able to share it. And I hope Professor Rai wants to, if he wants to respond or comment, then we still have, like, we can take 2 minutes. And
No, it's great. I think we'll have more engagement on it. This is really a very important fact of the functioning of democracy, actually living with this democracy. I mean, thank you so much, Sagar. We'll have more discussion on it.
Thank you. So I think we are at the end. So thank you so much. This was a very fascinating and session, and especially the discussion part was really enriching. So and there are so many threads that one would want to pursue and take forward. But definitely there will be more conversations and different ways we will continue later. So thank you, Professor Chakravarti, Dr. Siddiqui, and Dr. Ray for sharing your research with all of us, and a wonderful session. So thank you, Sagar and Kaushalya, for organizing it and bringing us together.
Thank you, Sonam, Sagar, and Kaushalya.
Thank you, Sonam, Sagar, Kaushalya.
Thank you.
Come again tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day. We should have a good. Yeah.
We'll be there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, ma'am.